Those cities look so bad.
Those who wore the golden wreath grew sick with every kind of wickedness.
And all these intros, they try to do like cityscapes and close-up scenes and animate human beings, and it never looks good.
Deceit and malice. They condemned and enslaved.
But this one's fun. They're at least having fun with these Dreamcast quality factors at play.
Their friends and murdered those they loved.
It's Ridley Scott's Gladiator for the Dreamcast.
Just. And I saw in his hand a book
Oh yeah.
sealed with 7 seals, the first of which was broken.
Yeah.
A white horse.
Ha ha
He
ha ha.
had a bow, and he went forth to conquer.
I feel like the writer had a lot of fun coming up with that one.
The air was filled with smoke and blood.
Hell yeah. Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of the Super Bunny Hop Total Poverty War fundraiser stream Friday. I have ironically set the Twitch donation system back to Streamlabs mode instead of GoFundMe mode because the unfortunate harsh reality of internet personality economics is that ultimately I ended up making more donation per hour that way than through the GoFundMe. And since both methods will kind of sort of end up at the same destination, I might as well switch to the one that had a greater flow. But it is quite tragic because the Streamlabs payment processors take away a bigger slice of the pie. I think there's just a slightly greater overhead cost when their systems are designed to plug into live streams running in real time that have these APIs set up that can splash silly little animated subtitle messages on screen at once, and then you know the streamer gets interactive about it and reads the message and has a little fun with whoever did the donations, and everyone loves that stuff. It's a good time, so I'm not gonna complain. In any case, I like that intro. That is the second time in my life I have seen it, and it is good campy fun both times. But the kind of good campy fun that's maybe a bit smarter than it lets on at first glance. The game's called Total War Attila, but from what I've seen of it so far, it looks like it's really focused more on the experiences of the people getting invaded by the Attila Total War that would supposedly be going on in the time period that is depicted here, which brings to mind, or at least brings to mind, come on, George, which at least gave them a great excuse to make a strategic simulation of one of the most probably interesting strategic empire management situations that a small handful of real human beings have been throughout history, and that is trying to keep your shit together while you're in some kind of control over a big chunk of the Roman Empire during the fall of the Roman Empire. Is voice coming through? Oh yeah. Redeemed sent a message in sub-only mode. What does that mean? People in infomercials do stuff. Dreamcast humans are a lost art form. Right, a lost art form of how can we make animated computer character. Oh, I do love that stuff. Already donated to GoFundMe, but here's a bit extra. Longtime fan of Everything Turns Out Well, George. There it is. Yes. Thanks for the little bit extra. Like I said, it's all gonna ultimately go to the same cause at the end of the day. And boy, oh boy, is it gonna be a good one. I would like to be keeping up with chat on a mobile phone, and I have those over there. I'll be right back. Ah. 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 Okay, here we go. So yeah, the introductory cutscene was giving the vibe of it was heavily what do we that's just a redundant sound effect. Vibes were being evoked by two famous pieces of apocalyptic fantasies about the end of the Roman Empire literature. In the beginning, I was getting a sort of Saint Augustine City of God vibe, where old man mystic narrator goes, "Ah, Rome, the eternal city, but it's been overcome by wickedness and evil from these piece of shit emperors who are are decadent, soft soy boys who don't know what hardship is like." And then towards the end, you have apocalyptic predictions with a very, very enjoyable employment of some what do you want to call it? Julian Jaynes bicameral mind stuff? Maybe not really. Michael Crichton 13th Warrior metaphor stuff. I think that would be a better way. Yes, that would actually be a wonderful way of describing the vibes I've been getting from this game so far in general. It reminds me a lot of the Michael Crichton, Antonio Banderas cinematic masterpiece. I shit you not, I love that movie. 13th Warrior. Where the biblical the old weirdo mumbo jumbo of ancient mythology, which is weird because the ancient mythology that I'm referring to is the Book of Revelation, is very clearly a battlefield metaphor for some kind of political military disaster. Um, Goddamn piece of shit emperors, am I right? Right, they're just ruining all the fun for the rest of us. Yeah, the horsemen, the horse archers of the invading Huns being an easily convenient metaphor for a Jewish apocalypticism, Book of Revelation style horsemen of the apocalypse metaphor is very clever and cute and funny and fun. And for those of us who are into this sort of thing, that was I wonder how many armchair pop historians were offended by that intro, because I'm sure that there were some theatrical inaccuracies. Maybe, yeah, actually, come to think of it, I don't think that the gladiatorial games would have been involving real deaths at this point in history. I think by I don't know, actually, depending on when the campaign starts. 371 AD, right, by 371 AD. Actually, no, I don't know. It's around the 400s when the Roman Empire Christianizes, right? And around that time, the Romans decide that having real deaths in the arena is cruel, and they phase it out. But it might have been a few decades after the campaign begins, and then a few decades after Christianization, the Roman Empire gets invaded by a whole bunch of different types of barbarians over and over again and falls. So this is wonderful, actually. 371 AD gives you 30 years of Christian times, or 30 years of paganism getting phased out, and then 30 years of Christianity being uneasily established, only for, like, it to fall apart in real life at the very end. Like, if we're playing through 2 generations worth of Rome 2 Total War style royal family intrigue, that sounds like a lot of fun as well. This is the setting where if we are seeing a strategically fair representation of what would be going on at the Western Roman Empire at the time, there would be an incredible amount of interesting factors at play. A strategic simulation of the fall of the Roman Empire, where the goal is less about conquering territories and making sure that whatever little chunk of the empire you have left over to yourself when it's all over is stable, sounds like a very interesting edutainmental. A very interesting and edutaining and potentially very satisfying and crunchy and mechanically complex strategic simulation as well. I heard that there's a global cooling mechanic where you just have to prepare for your farms to fail and therefore be massive amounts of starvation and famine no matter how hard you'll try. That's just something you gotta keep on your list of plan B's and C's just in case things go wrong. I've heard that there's like a Christianity to paganism slider where you gotta strike some kind of strategic balance between the two. And that the Huns kind of give a survival horror sort of vibe to it, where they are genuinely scary. And another thing that's interesting is that the tutorial doesn't have you playing as the Romans or the Huns. It has you playing as some Germanic barbarians. The Visigoths are having a civil war against the Ostrogoths. And I wonder if by the end of this tutorial, you're going to have to, like, play out a tribe that is forced to migrate into Roman territory and then gets their asses kicked. Yeah, it is interesting how the game's called Attila, but everyone talks about playing as the Romans, and the tutorial casts you as some Germans. How much of this experience actually is about playing as the Huns, I wonder? Because I hate to say it, that's not what I'm very interested in. Oh, this guy! Look at this guy!
The Huns are to be feared, and we cannot afford to be unprepared if they come in force. We must finish our war with the Ostrogoths, for they are weak after their defeat. Let us attack!
Pure Attila baiting. Attila is coming. We're gonna be lucky if the winter kills us out of hunger. Why is this guy in the corner not in charge? So yeah, these scenes I've been playing with the barbarian tribes in Germania do remind me a lot of the 13th Warrior. The archetypes of a sort of pre-Romanization Celtic Viking ancient Viking vibe are strong here. This old druid with a comically, cartoonishly disproportionate facial structure. Look at the size of his nose and his little beady eyes popping out of the shadows. He looks like a cartoon. This is significantly more cartoony than Rome 2 was. This is about as cartoony and silly as I might have seen these historical games get since the Troy one, except the Troy one is actually based on mythological history, and this one's based on history. So I wonder how many creative liberties they're gonna take to keep things cartoony and campy while still having some fun things for the armchair historians to point at the screen and go, "Oh!" from.
A list of strategic objectives is maintained for you. Be sure to make use of it, chieftain.
Is Total War Pharaoh Dynasties on sale also? That has some interesting diplomacy. I was interested in playing Total War Pharaoh to actually play as the Canaanites. I think there's some incredibly ancient potential candidates for first civilizations, whatever that's going to mean in whatever decade you're talking in that game that I am interested to see simulated, but I just don't know if there's going to be as much interest in simulating those factions as there would be for the Egyptians, which I don't know if I'm as interested in. Yeah, I think you would also, I think they're, Hittite. I think Hittites are also a faction in Total War Pharaoh, and those are candidates for, the real-life Trojans. That would have been the Trojans of Homer's Troy would have been descended from the Hittite civilization as depicted in Pharaoh Total War. So there could be like an interesting chronology that with some of the historical games that you could play where you could very smoothly go from prehistory to Bronze Age history to the Trojan War to the Peloponnesian War, to Total War Rome 1, then Total War Rome 2, then Medieval and Empire and...
Ready for battle!
and Napoleon. That would be wild. That would take forever. It would take you like 2 years to play 6,000 years worth of human history in the same spot on the map. But it might be feasible now with how many games they have covering how many periods. Anyways, I need to check my list of strategic options. Be sure to make use of it, Chieftain, right. Oh, yeah, this looks just like Rome too. Survive until the following date. That's different, that's nice. Spring 425. 425, do they mean AD? That seems pretty late. Control 30 settlements, either by direct ownership or enough tributary. Oh, this sounds pretty long-term. This might be beyond the realms of the tutorial. Oh yeah, Assyrians and Kashite Babylonians. It's like those Paradox mega campaigns. The Assyrians, those are one of the candidates for very, very first, right? Kashite Babylonians. Yeah, when they get into Mesopotamia territory, I'm very interested to see what the early game would look like. That would be a very powerful moment in human history to do justice to. I just don't know if I have a lot of faith that it might really be depicting the kind of fantasy that I am envisioning, and I would rather keep it in my head instead of be disappointed by the real thing if that's the case. I've heard that this one's good, though. When I close my eyes and fantasize about what an interesting, crunchy strategic simulation that also has the bombastic fun of silly Ridley Scott battlefield scenes, I think I will be satisfied with this. Do I have to do anything?
Good.
Good.
The men are prepared to go on the offensive now that their homes are safe from immediate danger. They await your command.
Oh, reading the amount of movement points Army had available was always tough in Rome, too.
Thirsty for battle! Warriors all! Ready for battle!
I think I need to split these guys up. I don't have a lot of archers either. I thought I had more archers in the tutorial battle. The tutorial battle was really fun too.
Warriors all!
I cannot recruit archers. I guess they are part of whatever this game's equivalent of the garrison is. Yes, yes they are. Hey! Your Streamlabs link is missing a P at the end, so it doesn't work. Ah, it's always something. Oh no, that happened in front of, Super Bunny Ho! Okay, let me just change Super Bunny Ho to Super Bunny Hop, and that ought to solve it. The earthy UI is a little hard to read. Yes, yes. However, I think maybe it might be me. Gama. I want to make sure that shadows are dark and scary. But at the same time, like, look at the shield in front of their tunics. We still might be a little bit too dark, but I was worried that it might have gone overboard with those gamma settings.
Ready for battle.
Okay, this looks a lot more clean and readable, but less atmospheric, unfortunately. But clean and readable might just ultimately be the more important thing. Also, it seems like there's a little bit of lag on the map movement here. I've not put a frame rate counter on the screen. I don't know if I want to know that kind of. Yeah, vignette. I bumped anti-aliasing down a notch. Maybe it's shadows that'll really get me up to 60 again. I think we're running at like 50, and it's there we go. Okay, it was shadows. All right. Now let's bump AA up a notch. Oopsie whoopsie. Oh man, am I closing into 80k? Isotar. I saw it. It's almost closing in on 70k last time I looked, but in any case, that would totally mean that 80k is within the sight lines. Yeah, we definitely will have a shot at the 80k for sure by the looks of things. There's just got to be so much tension when you're in the driver's seat that I don't know if I would personally call it closing in as of yet.
Getting on our way.
Gotta. Oops, they didn't really split up like I was hoping they would. Oh, maybe they can't split up unless there's another general. Recruit units. Hire mercenaries. Raise forces, recruit agents.
Thirsty for battle.
Let me try that again. Disband. I don't think disband is what I want.
On the move, lads.
Alright, let's assume that I should just order them to attack Petrodava. Let's stay on a defensive side of the river crossing for the end of the turn. I wonder, it's cute, but I wonder if I can turn that thing where they turn into a horse off. It's
New
very
units
jarring.
may only be recruited by an army in controlled territory.
Why is this guy not in charge, by the way?
However, may be enlisted in any location. We should consider hiring additional strength as our campaign progresses.
See if we can hire any bored Romans or Greeks in the area. I don't think we can. Oh, the onager. This would have been something that they would have adapted from Roman techniques. Raiders, lancers, mounted bows. These might be some of the very same Huns who are also invading us. Mercenary, Germanic. Furlers, slingers, Germanic, archers, warband, pikes. I believe we were missing archers. Oh, and those horse archers would also be very powerful. How much money do I have? I can afford it. Do I have to press another button, or are we good? Oh my gosh, look at all those gifts. If I get paid, I will chip in more. Thank you, Spice Sotar. And also the view counts. The view counts on the stream is getting impressive too. Is this like a supplementary effect, a passive buff, if you will? Usually I'm looking at like 20 to 30, but now we're looking at 50 to 60. Hire mercenaries. Maybe I should just pick... Oh, there is one more button I had to press. Okay, I wanted projectile people. 14, 15, 16. Alright, that ought to nicely balance us out. Cheaper to recruit, but more expensive to maintain. Oh, sorry, Eddie. So they're for short-term issues. Okay, so those were Huns to the north, not Goths. Yeah, thanks for the... Oh, look at this! Look at the snow!
World is available should you seek it. Be sure to keep your ear to the ground for happenings abroad.
The events list... Okay, which one of these is the events list? I guess it's this one in the upper right. Household gain. Yodon's Inspire. Development community property. Oh, are there fun movies in this one? Crit adjourn. Okay. These are, this Rome 2 had this little mechanic. They like ancillary followers who are the friends of your generals that always stick around and gives the army some kind of passive special effect. Feel the god dance deep inside yourself, and now match him. So what is this guy supposed to be? Yo, go Yodan's Inspirer. Battle movement speed plus 10. Is he like a cheerleader? Armor minus 15. Okay, so he makes them go fast, but I guess that opens up some more gaps in their armor as they move around. Plus 10 to attack. He gives you a more offensive boost at a bit of a defensive sacrifice. Good to know. I hope the flavor is fun like this. These games, when they're good, they tend to have a very, very fun, campy pop history vibe that keeps things enjoyable and educational at the same time. They always manage to strike a very, very nice balance. Bodinians. The Peregrine. What are these supposed to be? Led by Asaros. So these Huns are wounded, they were on the retreat. Ebdanians. Okay. So we developed some new technology, community property. Enables building of these specialists. Apparently we were unable to build goat pens until community Wait a second, does this mean that what actually really happened is that the state learned how to justify the seizure of some wicker makers and goat pens? Anyways, what do those things do? Jetty, trade jetties, sacred grove, sacred forest, village, artisan. Okay. A wicker maker. A wise man, right, watches it carefully. Decreases public order, that's weird. Increases the wealth. So yeah, I guess it is useful for a village like this to have someone who spends all day making wicker materials, but I think they already have that by now, you know? Where are those goat herders? Burnt and standing stones or sacred forests. I also wonder why the wicker maker decreases public order. I guess because the criminals like to use baskets too. Okay, should we attack now? Event messages. Forces, thank you. I was looking for a list like this. Armatia Europea. Okay, Chersonesus. Is this the Black Sea I'm looking at? Pontus Marius. Or is this the Blacks? Is Machinopolis. Is this Italy right? Oh no, that's Greece. Okay, Italy's over here. Ah, I just noticed the map in the inner corner. Right, okay. So yeah, this is the Black Sea. Oh, this is like Sevastopol, right? And Olbia, I'm guessing, is modern day Ukraine. Okay, so that would mean that which one is this one again? Like Romania or Cappadocia. I don't think I know the map of this chunk of Eastern Europe as well as I might have thought. Ooh, Hannibal, Montana. Don't get me wrong, I love that you're streaming this. Wait, why would I more chatters for subscribers? Why would I get you wrong though? I love that I'm streaming this too. But also this would be the perfect day for a Metal Wolf Chaos stream. I only played Shogun and I sucked. That's the Black Sea. Yeah. I figured it out. I figured out where we are on the modern day map. I'm pretty darn sure the modern day nations are not there yet, but I see where we are on the modern map at least. I vaguely see. But yeah, we should attack. This is a game I have been wanting to play for a very long while.
Petrodava cower behind their walls at the size of the army we have brought before them. Let us attack without delay.
They can see that we have a 3-on-1 advantage, as is recommended for offense. Why is not this guy in charge? He seems way smarter than whoever I'm supposed to be. Right. Okay, so I was talking earlier about how, like, 1440p and 4K gaming is too much. It's too much pixels. The coherency, you can throw together a nice, pretty image with long distance readability of distant objects and clearly distinguishable distant terrain in 1080p. What happens beyond that just seems like diminishing returns. But more importantly, and what I'm going to complain about here, is how it does something to the UI design and text where my eyeballs are moving way too much to take in all this information. I gotta really focus on this text here to be able to read the little letters. I'm maybe about 15 inches from my monitor, and it still feels like I'm too close to it. But you know what? I need to quit whining and enjoy the video game, because I've been wanting to enjoy this video game for a long while and never been able to justify the cost of purchase. And now it went on sale for $8, and things have finally got to a place where I can actually enjoy this for once. I've been wanting to since forever. Oh, interesting. Margin of error. What? What? Nets and page history. Okay. Barricades available. Turns until supplies run out. You could try waiting them out. I believe I remember being the optimal choice in Napoleon. So, at the extreme ends of the Total War historical chronological timeline, the earliest game they have set is Pharaoh, right? And the latest game is Napoleon. And I bet both of those games have a pretty interested depiction of Egypt. And I presume the Middle East would be there with the Canaanites. Holy cow, right. Yeah, no, just imagine playing out the Middle East, the strategic, political, military simulation of the Middle East from Total War Pharaoh up to Total War Napoleon, with every game that includes a depiction of that chunk of the map along the way. How would one go about making use of this project? What else? I guess I don't think Napoleon is very interested in what was going on in Italy during the time period. But for all the games in the franchise, it is Italy that I think has the most attention paid to the map and the politics. As the place where Roman Empire stuff is going on, that would make a lot of sense. But at the same time, so does Egypt and the Middle East. Or it was around 1200 BC. And I think 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The Trojan War.
The right weather can be the difference between victory and defeat. The choice of when to attack is yours to make.
Also, did I get a donation message that I might have missed? Oh, maybe this is what they're talking about. I got a danger dance emote. There we go. I guess this is what monetary value means now. Anyways, ooh, look at the little crumbling Romanesque. What is that supposed to be? Like, looks like a statue of one of the saints or something like that, with a chunk of head missing. Current weather is dry. Isn't that what we want? Everything except dry, I'm assuming, would favor the defender, unless you're attacking at night. Sure, let's start. Looks a little foggy, though, for it to say
the men
dry.
are ready to deploy for battle, chieftain. They await your orders.
I also can't decide if this game looks good or not. It seems like there is some interesting, distant weather effects going on, but there's also some aggressive pop in here. Can I actually fix that? Trees. Grass. Terrain. Oh, maybe depth of field might be... I'm not getting my hopes up, but maybe it's employed with enough subtlety to just hide that pop in, and that's what I'm missing. Everything else is set to max, and the frame rate in the battles has never been offensive. I don't know if it's locked at straight 60, but it's close enough for me not to mind. Now when does this depth of field kick in? It's subtle. I don't even know if it looks good, though. I don't think it's... Maybe it's covering up the pop-in. In any case, I can't decide if this game looks good or not. It seems like an interesting image is being composted into my eyeballs, but it's also brown and muddy that it's kind of hard to read. Right? Like, these guys here, it's almost like they're wearing camouflage or something. This particular unit is really blending into the background. And being able to tell at a glance what kind of units is generally important, unless simulating the kind of confusion that would be a strategic consideration of the situation as part of the game. Alexander is like 400 BC. Yeah, there's a few niche periods depicted in some of the expansions that would fill gaps in the line. I'm just wondering if it would be proper to start with Troy or with Pharaoh. Because I am thinking Pharaoh. Because some of the civilizations, the factions in Pharaoh are depicting the earliest civilizations that we've got on our current record. I'm not going to get all into the weeds of the minutiae about how wrong our current assumptions may turn out being in just a few more decades, but so if we were playing as Romans, and we're not, but we gotta operate under some kind of logic, the heavy spearmen would be in front. These guys have the biggest shields. Actually, maybe these spearmen should be second in line, because it looks like these axemen are designed to crack into the enemy shields. And maybe then they need to retreat or get replaced by a different unit. These guys are like flankers, so let's put them in number 5. Projectiles will be number 3, and the general and the horse archer mercenary will be special. Okay, so if I'm applying the usual logic of how these things usually go... the same tricks work. If I'm having trouble clicking and dragging my line out, I bring up the groups panel. I'm gonna have to relearn the hotkeys for this stuff, and once I do, there'll be some wonderful muscle memory that'll kick in. 3, 5, gonna change that 5 to number 4. Now, who are these guys again? Right, flankers. Put them in the side. And the general will say safely behind the lines. The horse archers. I might want the horse archers to actually trot all the way around to the other side and attack someone in the rear later on in a later stage of the battle. So let's hide them in the bush. Can they hide in the bush? Yeah, they're hidden. There's the icon. Okay. And what ground do we gotta capture? That. Not get them too close, just inside the enemy, just in case the enemy spawns. But yeah, this is an interesting question to think about. Would it be, if you wanted to play through the entire Total War series in real-life historical chronological order, would it be more appropriate to start with the with a mythological, legendary, probably very highly exaggerated account of a war in the between Greece and an offshoot of the Hittite civilizations in Troy and the Trojan War? Or would it make more sense to start with dynastic Egyptian pharaoh politics interacting with some of the very first historical civilizations on the real-life historical record? Because they might, since the Trojan War is mythological, there's some open questions about when exactly it's supposed to take place, but it may very well be taking place around 1200 BC, like Pharaoh is, according to Hannibal Montana here. Anyways, I gotta go use the bathroom and pee. I'll be right back. But yeah, I think that is an interesting question. For some reason, I'm real curious. Should we be starting with Pharaoh or should we be starting with Troy? Oh, oh no. Okay, am I back? I'm back. It feels more reasonable to, in my mind, start with Pharaoh and then move on to Troy. If we are to represent the primary general trending of early human history is beginning in the Middle East and working its way to a more northwesternly direction since.
Draw your weapons, men, and keep your wits about you. Each of you has skills that can turn the tide of battle. Use them wisely. Now, advance.
Seize to this place, brothers. Once we have destroyed this settlement, they shall always fear us, knowing they are not safe, even in their own homes. This will be a great victory.
The terrain conceals
Hey, no, wait,
the
no, I
enemy
missed that
movements,
last one.
chieftain. Draw your weapons, men, and keep your wits about you. Each of you has skills that can turn the tide of battle. Use them wisely. Now, advance.
Spearman!
Your general can sway this battle, chieftain. His word can rally and inspire the men before you. Use his influence.
Give me a minute. See if these hotkeys will work the way I would like them to. Kind of. Slow down. It's the projectile people. Oh, oops.
Armed warriors! Stay where I put ya!
The projectile people are the ones who are going to be starting us off here. Now, what I'm remembering from other games still applies. It would be a very smart, good thing to use the projectiles to tease them out of their position and force them to get moving, so that a more powerful unit does the real work.
Our men come under fire. Have them find cover or eradicate the source.
I am aware. I'm working on it.
Missiles ready! Warriors, move out! Gods protect us! Yes! We will pierce their hearts!
Nope.
do anything. They gotta get on opposite sides of these guys.
Warriors of Germania! Fearless warriors!
What was that, like, Flair, the voice actor, game to it? Fearless warriors! Come out to play!
Our men will fire at will without orders to the contrary, chieftain. Have them conserve their ammunition if you so wish.
Wait, is the queuing button different? No, it's the same. Aha! Yeah, they're running away! Alright, now we can form our line. Right, the axes should be second in line,
Chieftain,
spears
the
in
enemy
first.
close with spearmen.
No,
Engage
I'm
them at
closing
close
with
range.
spearmen. I know what I'm doing. Which makes me wonder, why is the old druid man the one given the instructions and not the one actually given the orders? I think I'm wasting my projectile units. Yeah, these guys.
Warriors on me! Warband! Move it! Otto! Forward! Fire!
Aha! We haven't really started fighting them yet, and one of their units is already retreating.
Lead them! Kill, kill, kill! Nobles! Warriors of Germania! Warriors, move out! Men of Confiscanza! Ready for battle! Warriors of Germania!
There's the general. Okay, good. He's with them. Actually, let's not have him directly engaged just yet. Right, and the archers also might be giving us a bit of friendly fire right now. Wait, that's not an archer, that's a spear guy.
Run, curse you! Missile warriors! Now! Warriors of Germania! They will bleed for us!
The morale meters here are tiny. I might actually need to hit one of these abilities here.
As you say! Missiles ready! Men of Germania! Move it! The gods watch over us! Spearmen ready for battle! Let's go! Move out! Warriors of Germania! Men of Confiscanza!
He's moving forward. The axe 10.
Ready!
Okay, they need to put on guard mode, right? Locked in melee. Okay. Blue spacing gonna help. Uh-oh, I might not should have sent the general in just yet, still.
Battle ready and eager! We will pierce their hearts! Men of Germania! Men of Kathyskenza! Move it! Warriors, move out! Warriors eager for blood! Again! Nobles! Battle ready and eager! Forward!
These guys have projectiles I need to be using.
Gothic warband!
Forgot, they're kind of like flankers.
Running!
Wait,
Run, curse you!
oh,
Get running!
okay, that's how.
The gods watch over us! Fire! Warriors on me! Get moving! Get moving! Move it! Forward! Noble!
Uh-oh, the slingers are out of ammo. So, the guard mode is always important. Like, whether or not to tell them to chase routing enemies is something you want to be considering. Oh yeah, the horse archers. The really expensive mercenaries that costed a bunch of money should absolutely be utilized. Where is the rear entry in here? This. I'm also going to want to set this to not have them auto running.
Cut them down! Get running!
Our men are breaking. The carriage begins to fail them.
Warriors, move out! Warriors, move out!
Wait, no, the horse archers would have been perfect to counter those foot archers. And also, who's thinking of routing? I don't see it.
Warriors of Germania! Nobles! Follow me! Rah! Melee warriors! We hunger for blood and battle! Men of Kafiskitsa! Spearmen! Melee warriors! Warmen! Run, curse you! Now! We'll kill them all! Warriors, move out! Men of Kafiskitsa! Ready for battle! Lennox men! Lennox men!
Ah, come on! I've been trying to get this going for a while.
Warriors of Germania! Deadly missiles ready! Mountain wolves!
Oops. What is this barricade here? Good thing I'm on the other side of it.
Get moving! Run, curse you! Men of Germania! Ah! We'll kill them all! Aim! London! Brigands! Artist Logo! Elena! Throw your weapons! Ready for battle! Lennox men! Nobles!
guys doing? No, go this way, then this way, then this way. Why are you going all the way around the hill that way? Ah! Oh, because of the barricade, that's why. I don't know if I seriously want to be attacking this big hill. General actually should be over here for the moral support they'll need at the big hill. The horse archers might... Okay, good, they can capture the tower without having to dismount. Horse archers should really be the ones chasing the archers to the edge of the map, but you know what, Axemen, sure. Confident, winded. Uh-oh. 99 on 71. They got shields, they'll be fine.
One of our units has rallied and is ready to fight again, Chieftain. They are battered but not beaten.
Was it these guys? Why did they leave? 15! Oh my goodness. I was not paying attention to that. Well, I guess we don't have expensive horse archer mercenaries anymore. Rally and steady. Why not both?
Ready for battle! Missiles ready!
There's gonna be a whole screen of bodies down there. I hate that my muscle memory has me using Roman tactics in a situation where we're very clearly not Roman, but the logic of using the spearmen to hold the enemy down while the others flank them is still applying. But I suppose... no, wait, no, that's not... Okay, well the swords... I would be if I didn't screw something up here. But I wonder if, That's less Roman logic and just more universal situational military tactic knowledge in general, logic in general. So if I select all these guys and send them there, their pathfinding is screwing up.
Petrodava has been claimed for the Gothic people. Tonight, we celebrate.
Victory! This is your day!
Close victory. That wasn't that close. Anyways, we have answers. This is wonderful. I also think companies push devs. Based on civilization succession, I would say Pharaoh goes first. The Greeks came later, also kind of stole their rule.
Loot the town, and the world will see that the Visigoths will not be rolled over.
Integrity penalty? Okay, so the Occupy gives you a boost to replenishment.
For the tribe!
So looting in
Early
Rome
your
2
commanders
was
grow
kind of a
as
pain in
men
the
with
ass,
each
if I
victory,
remember.
chieftain. Be sure to guide their development to your advantage.
Especially in Napoleon, you don't want to be looting. You might be able to do a Total War mega campaign with the Greeks, starting with Pharaoh dynasties, then Rome Alexander, then the Greek states in Rome and Rome 2, then the Byzantines and Attila. Byzantines, they're calling it Byzantine in Attila times. That's interesting. That would be also really fun, probably the most fun part of that story, I wonder. It's expansions, then Medieval 2. I forgot if there was a Greek faction in Empire. There is, but they're really lame. I remember playing as the Greeks in Napoleon, and it was pretty disappointingly underbaked. You'd technically be playing as the Ottoman Empire at some point of that story. I still think... that in terms of just how complicated and interesting the game's gonna get, it's probably gonna be the Middle East that might be the most fun point of interest for everything. The whole mega campaign. Open the General's Details panel. This General Details. Amalaberga. Yeah. He's kind of a softie, okay. Oh, I get to choose these. Oops. Oh no, is this HTML? So right click gives you a help page. Interesting. Like the Civilopedia, except that loading time has me wondering if we're plugging into a live website and this thing might just turn off if my internet goes down or something. What if I want to undo those clicks I did? Yeah, reset skill points, there we go. Because I didn't notice that I'd actually be upgrading Overseer to level 2. The text seems too small. Can I, marker scale? Roller precision? What about UI scale? I remember Rome 2 having a UI scale option. I want it one notch bigger. Oh, they don't call them Byzantines in Attila, just the Eastern Roman Empire. I kind of like that better. When I was a kid, I, let's that up a couple. It does seem to. Can't save.
Ready for battle!
Raven? That's a skill? Does he, like, have a raven buddy when I unlock this one? It increases his cunning? That sounds important. Increasing food definitely sounds important. This also sounds important, and that sounds important. Wealth plus 20. Oh, I see. Stag Judge, the arbiter of judiciary dispensation.
We have captured Petrodava, but our enemy remains threatened.
Apulum.
The capital Apulum lies close enough to pose a danger to our new possession. If we are to break the Ostrogoths completely, it too must fall. It is well defended, however. We must build our forces. Those that survive in Petrodava now agitate against our rule. We must find ways to placate them if we are to keep hold of the settlement and maintain our push against the Ostrogoths.
I like the sentence. Factors can be detrimental to public order, such as religious tension, political instability, food shortages, or invading armies. You don't say. Now this is when things would get complicated and interesting. There was a wonderful mod for Rome 2. The base game, the base vanilla game, was absolute shit. But there was a wonderful mod for it that was one of the best strategy games I've ever played in my life, called Divide et Impera. And trying to balance public order was a comically understated problem in terms of just how much depth and complexity there was to explore with giving the balance right, including where on the borders your armies were marching. It was simulating a Rubicon crossing phenomena, where if one of the Roman armies was too close to Rome, it would trigger a panic, and public order would either go up or down depending on whether or not the army was all camped out together or spread out into the countryside doing like policing style duties. Which very interesting metaphors to think about when balancing those factors to each other. I'm very excited. I have to pee. I'll be right back. This is fun. Oh no, my microphone. It's over there. Okay, I like that they don't call them the Byzantine Empire, because when I was a kid playing Medieval 2 Total War, I thought that the Byzantine Empire was something else. When you call it the Byzantine Empire instead of the Eastern Roman Empire, it might give ignorant children the wrong impressions of how similar and contiguous of an entity it was to the ancient Eastern Roman Empire.
the Justinian, Constantinian, Constantinople Empire. An Iron Age total war would be interesting, but in this political climate, trying to represent biblical Palestine might be a minefield creative assembly wouldn't want to cross. But that's why I want to play the Canaanite faction, question mark, in Pharaoh Total War, because wouldn't it be simulating that? Like, at some point, if you're playing Canaanites during a time period of world history where politics were really determined by Egyptian pharaohs, you absolutely should be playing out the territorial conflicts that the the first few books of the Old Testament walk you through. The King's Judges stuff, where the Hebrews are supposed to be depicted as a different militant faction against militant factions that they called Canaanites in the Bibles, but the real life historical archaeological record characterizes those conflicts in real life as more a softer but still violent internal cultural struggle, which might be, I would argue, more interesting of a premise of a game. A strategic empire management game where the borders are changing depending on cultural differences in the people instead of hard, violent military conflicts. With the hard, violent military conflicts maybe having a more decisive effect, which kind of sounds like how Civ draws its borders, with the culture score being the final determinator of where the border turns out, right? But, having flavor text in that game that characterizes wide social cultural trends as decisive, hard military extermination campaigns would teach the kids a lesson about biblical history and in a way better and faster way than they might get from watching the Christine Hayes Yale lectures on YouTube for 16 hours, even though, come to think of it, you can play the game for 16 hours just maybe almost even more easily. The amount of time it would take out of the kids would be maybe not worth it. But in any case, that's what I like close my eyes and imagine the fantasy game being when they announced that the Canaanites were a faction you could play in Pharaoh Total War. But it sounds like that's not actually what I'd get there, and I'd rather keep that fantasy in my head than be disappointed by the reality. If they decide to make a Total War Canaan, maybe it would be a good expansion for Total War Pharaoh? Chat is in sub-only mode, by the way. What? Really? Huh? An Iron Age Total War would be interesting. I was wondering about that. It did seem awfully, awfully quiet for 50 going on 60 viewers. Twitch chat is in sub-only mode for some reason? How do I turn it off? Twitch chat, sub-only mode. Okay. To channel settings, specifically under the moderation or chat settings. Okay, so I guess I click my avatar. Middle click creator dashboard, settings, channel, under the moderation or chat, moderation, block hyperlinks is turned on. Subscribers only chat. What the hell? Chat only lets subscribers in. How did that happen? Anyways, are we good? This room is no longer in subscribers only mode. That's good, but how in the world did that happen in the first place? Wow. Okay. I didn't even know. I did not even know. I wonder what happened and if I should be worried. Anyways. So this is complicated. This might take years.
The glamour of battle, holding court on civic matters is a useful way to spend your time, chieftain. Province management is essential if your kingdom is to remain stable.
The voice actor's having a lot of fun up there. I feel like the animator is too. This guy looks like he's from a Disney cartoon. Corp. Okay, let's repair them. Inspect the province detailed panel. I am, right? Romula? Is there a Remula?
Thirsty for battle.
Can I get my panel
Warriors
back?
all.
Ah, here we are.
Public order here is low, chieftain. You must take steps to placate the people, lest they take up arms against us.
Okay, so we'll move the army. Oh no, the army in there is good. The lower taxes, banditry might be something the army can help with. We'll repair buildings. Immigrants -1. Oh no. The fundraiser was at 69.69 too for a while. I think it's really important to acknowledge the funny numbers. Yes, it is. Let me take a screenshot if it still is. This will be a momentous occasion. Oh, it's at 69.716 now. It's not 69.69 anymore. You know what I can do though? I can screenshot the chat message. Thank you, Cold Chemical. I'm screenshotting this and saving it in my files as a souvenir. No longer nice. It's fine. We were still here to enjoy the news of the report came in. Even though we weren't there to experience it, we were still there to react together to remember where we were when we heard news of the fundraiser hitting 69.69 too.
Financial incentives may help appease the citizens of Petrodava towards our rule.
Oh no, is it empire-wide
A reduction
tax
in
rates again?
levels or a provincial tax break will surely warm us to them.
Provincial tax break. That sounds more like it. Boop. Okay, so public order convicted.
Ready for orders. Ready for battle.
Negative 29 is what it's going to be
Warriors
next turn. Can I take the army out? Reduce the tax rate. Okay.
The situation in Petrodava may be relieved with the appointment of a province governor, chieftain. Promote a member of your court to the position, and they can enact edicts to calm the population.
Select Petrodava. Open the province details. No governor appointed.
Promote a capable man from your court to take command in Petrodava. The choice is yours.
Oh, Theodoric. Isn't that a real guy? Okay, so Fritigern is the general who's commanding these guys. Aletheus is a brother. Saphrax is a brother. Statesman.
38, 41, 837, 47. Those numbers. This is the good stuff. The game mechanics that really develop the characters of your armies. Make it really feel like there's little individuals down there. Definitely too early for that, Theodoric.
An excellent choice, and not a moment too soon. Your man in charge can begin to issue edicts that will placate the population.
I guess I want to focus on public order. +4 with the presence of Germanic paganism. Judgment of Wodan. Is this like the guy in Max Payne?
Good. Now let us see how the people of Petrodava respond to the olive branch we have offered.
We in turn?
Ready for orders. Thirsty for battle.
Oh. I'm at war with Gepids, Huns, Ostrogoths. Not a whole lot of people like me. Oh, the Western Roman Empire is neutral towards me. Both Romans are. That's gonna be very useful for what's about to happen. Baskia. Oh, these guys are like little allies. Can I do a trade? No. Interesting. So most of these nearby powers are relatively neutral, but one of them's pretty friendly. You're not currently researching. Okay. Lore master. This sounds the most useful.
people go hungry, chieftain.
Uh-oh.
With the capture of Petrodava, there is no longer enough food to go around. Increasing food production is vital if a revolt is to be avoided.
Oh, this must be it.
There has been sufficient growth in Petrodava to expand the settlement. A farm may be constructed there to alleviate the food shortage.
Okay. That looks like a mess. This is very hard to read. Is there some broader significance to this choice of game on today of all days? Not necessarily. It was it was on sale recently. I've been wanting to play this one for a while and been waiting for a good sale. But I don't think the sale has anything to do with 4th of July American national holidays. Farmstead. 16. I'm gonna need more than that. +5 to local fertility. Bomb bomb! Okay, maybe I need to change the edict. Don't have color on these buttons. I guess it would be resettlement that I would want. Or maybe the public order is more important than that. Brah. 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 Okay, what now?
Our growing power allows us to field more armies, chieftain. Let us take advantage and recruit another general.
Does Petrodava not count as a controlled settlement? Also, the borders of the settlement being on fire. I wonder if that's like some kind of subtle foreshadowing. Hey, Theodoric. Who's in the family tree?
Ready for orders.
Don't you generally want people in the family tree to have a more interesting time? Ismar. We're gonna do Safrax.
An excellent choice.
I do remember seeing
This
him in
man
the
can
family
muster
tree.
a second army to defend our territory and people.
Right.
Ready for battle.
Our facilities in this town are damaged. Key
Look at all that
buildings must be kept in a good state of repair.
Look at all that fart
if they are to
gas.
benefit from the services they provide.
I already did it. Okay, Romula, right here. But I don't think I'm at war with this faction. Gepids, actually, I think I am. Factions, Gepids, yeah, I'm already at war, so I'm not exactly committing
For the tribe.
an unexpected atrocity by going over there and attacking. 160, 250. These guys are cheap. I got $13,000 to throw around, and they only cost like
Fight
a
with
little
us!
bit.
It's a good life! Are you ready to do your duty to the tribe?
So bad for that voice actor.
Come! Fight for us, lads! Are you ready to do your duty to the tribe? Come! Fight for us, lads!
Alright, 4 turns. Now let's keep it to 3 and then fill the rest of the army up with mercenaries on turn 2. Look at that, that's so much faster than Rome 2 was. I am on different hardware now, though. Thunderbolt. Oh, what was that? That disappeared.
Siege weapons will be needed to capture it, chieftain.
Warriors all!
Those were mercenaries. 18. Are they recovering? Yeah, they're recovering a little bit. Not a lot, though. Famine! Oh. Okay, what about public order? Oh. There might be a difficult economic simulation I do not understand yet.
Units of fighting men can be transferred between forces should the need arise, chieftain. Divide your forces to deal with disparate threats, or march together so that they may fight as one in battle. The choice is yours.
How come that famine's not improving?
Time and money spent upgrading our
Now it is.
infrastructure at home will repay us in battle. The fight for Apulum will be difficult, and we should aim to field the best equipped force we can muster.
Let's upgrade the farm in Petrodava because I do have a feeling that the famine's gonna persist. -80. Now public order is only going up 1 per turn. Paganism. Where is the like religion details? Petrodava. Ah. Arian Christianity is on the rise. Instability is going down, but that seems like such a longer-term strategy than what the tutorial might want to be steering me from.
Ready for battle! Thirsty for battle! Ready for orders!
On. Oh. These things decrease public order. Worth it, though, I think, I hope.
Our army has grown to such a size that our income can no longer cover the wage bill.
Now we can take a loss for a few
Financial ruin
turns.
awaits us if we take no action.
Might have lowered the tax rate too much. There we go. But, you know, no, we can keep it low for one more turn. Public order was an issue, right? What was that? What was that? I didn't get to see that in time. Quadians.
Our warriors gain experience as they fight. Put their expertise to good use, chieftain.
Oh my gosh. Look at all these economic failures.
Ready for battle.
Okay, so actually balancing the budget is really a lot more important than I thought it might be. Because of this desertion stuff. Jeez. Yeah, 80. That is 80. Oh, oops, oops, oops. Never mind, we're good. No, no oops. Not gonna do to public order. Yeah, but money is important. We're about to fight, and we need as little deserting going on as possible. This might fix the famine for a while. I think I did just see the famine number go up. Bye! I guess they changed their mind.
It is worth keeping watch on the health of our people, chieftain. Disease has the potential to decimate our war effort.
Odd. Smaller. Looks fine. What's he worried about this time? It looks fine. What's he worried about? Public order's not great in either town, but I'm trying my darndest in Petrodava here. Fields. Village. Hit. Order -2. Wealth +5. Need the wealth, though, to prevent desertion. Am I just hitting that part of the total war economic curve where too much of a big army is a bad thing? Which one of these has something to do with public order? I bet local traditions is the one that helps out the most with that. Ah! Yeah, research all the technologies in this module to unlock this effect. So in 6 turns, I can get a slight boost to public order automatically. Research at least one technology from each category. Well, that was fast. Okay, maybe we can go on the offense next turn. How does the seasonal time progression system work?
The noblemen of your court grow in stature as
Here.
the seasons pass. Be sure to keep an eye on their development.
Ready for battle.
Authority, cunning, and zeal were always really hard to understand in Rome too. They also provide defense against attacks of that type by agents. Noblemen can marry and their wives bring them in. The general's resolve and personal combat prowess. What does that do? How different is that really from like a concept like cunning? The general's understanding of strategy and tactics is apparently different than their resolve and personal combat prowess. Okay, so is zeal like how well they are at hurling the striking the sword, like how well they are at one-on-one fights, and cunning is supposed to be how well they understand hundreds of people fighting? The general's understanding of strategy and tactics, secured against cunning, neutral effect level, no negative or positive. The general's resolve and personal combat prowess, secured against zealous, integrity +1, missile damage +3, melee damage +3. Maybe that is a way of thinking about it. Zeal is how good he himself is at fighting. Cunning is how good he understands the wider strategy. Authority, and this is just like how well he is at shouting at people to get them to do what he wants, right? A general's strength of character and ability to lead troops, security against authoritarian agent actions. Morale -14. Ugh, we need more? Oh no, we're neutral right now. Order -4. So I guess that is a way of thinking about it. Authority is how scary they are personally. Zeal is how good they actually are at fighting personally. And cunning is how well they understand the grander strategy. Survivor, kind, authority, cunning, and zeal. Maybe they should just pick different words for it. Authority conveys it, but it's the cunning and zeal, right? Strategy and fighting. Change it to that. Authority, strategy, fighting. That would, nicely demonstrate that these three attributes are rating them on their abilities. Zeal is fanaticism and cunning is applied intelligence. Wait, but wouldn't I? Yeah, see, we're breaking things down. Authority sounds more like fanaticism. How many fans does he have? And how well can he make those fans do what he wants? Authority, cunning, and zeal. I never really wrapped my head around them elegantly in Rome 2, but maybe I'll be able to wrap my head around them elegantly in this one. This is the Napoleon to Rome 2's empire. Rome 2 was janky and bad, and this is like a more personally focused, character-driven retry of at least the same technology and the same engine, which is going to mean same interface and menus, which is also going to mean a lot of the same game logic. Authority, cunning, and zeal. Alright, I think I got it. Should we be marching forward? Yeah, we should.
Thirsty for battle.
Gosh, those shadows get dark when you zoom in. But maybe that's how we want it. Whoa.
The people have revolted.
Oh.
Taken up arms against our rule.
Oh.
Crush them.
Okay, change of plans. We can't go on the offensive just yet. We have to deal with this shit. -80. Next turn is going to be -60. That sounds good. I wonder what I did wrong. Factory encountered Alans.
Move out!
Brigading by the rebel army. That's the rebel army. Alright, let's go into the woods. Can we not attack? No, no we cannot. Either way, it looks like whatever's going on is at least going to be a little bit good for public order in the short term.
Warriors all!
Now are the stances a thing I need to pay attention to in this one?
Call this a garrison? I want hourly patrols. Set up a watch!
That's optimal public order. Hello, Alan. The Brothers of Stone. Stack of 10 out of 20. Not particularly threatening. I didn't check what our relations were like. Oops. Ever since those days of leaks, there's a nervous tick in my brain where I constantly want to go to the bathroom. I bet they were fortifying. Right click to attack, left click to inspect. They're deep in the woods. They're not very strong though. I think we should be safe enough to attack. Okay, in 3 turns we're gonna get another public order bonus. Food is fine, public order is not. Let's do attack. Might not be
Battle is
optimal.
upon us, chieftain, but do not
Okay,
grow weary.
this is
You need not
fine.
oversee every skirmish in person.
Oh, he wants me to auto-resolve. I don't want to auto-resolve this one though. Is there a way to save? Quick save, yeah there is, they just have it blanked out right now. I don't want to auto-resolve this one though. Yay, I get to play it. The battles, when you're learning these games at the very beginning, playing the battles that are pretty much guaranteed wins are a very good way to teach you what not to do. I don't want to skip this one. I want to learn what not to do. Yeah, look at how, like, ugly the game looks sometimes, though. But then you change the angle a bit, and suddenly a much cleaner image comes through. I like the colors of this time. Alright. Got arrows. I've got arrows. I have better wood cover, it almost looks like. I could shrink my units into a column and then expand at the end of the forest. Alright. Spears, shielded spears will go in front. Small shields will be the second line, axes will be the third line. What's special about these guys? They're mercenary. I see. The icon means mercenary, okay. Guys are flankers, same formations more or less as last time. Can I group them all in a column here? Yeah, I can do that without splitting up the existing groups that I made. Okay, column. 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 Column? Who is not hidden? You are not hidden. Get deeper in the forest and make a loose little column. I really hope that with them grouped up close together, they're going to be taking a penalty to movement speed. I don't want to have to rethink the concept of the game so dramatically for that. Okay. Can the horse be hidden? Yes, they can. Everyone... Are these guys hidden? Hard to see. Yeah, they are. Everyone's hidden. You get a column and you get a column. Overwhelming force, let me try new things. Yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to be experimenting with how visibility stealth system works. Get them encircled with arrows on both sides. Ooh, they have cavalry. Very light melee cavalry. That'll make things a bit interesting. So when I do split my archers off, I got to make sure there's some kind of anti-cavalry plan in mind for those guys. Until then, let's start the battle and use the arrow keys to move forward.
Once again, we do battle with the enemy. Present arms, men. Show them how a Visigoth fights.
Oh, they have onagers? How did they afford that? Also, where are the time controls? Oh, there they are. Is it Control T or T? It's T. Let me go ahead and take a look at those time control hotkeys. Versal battle. Cinematic camera with insert. Intelligent zoom with in. I is information. Screen in order to space. I need to make a card. Cancel by releasing the mouse button. Oh yeah, manual aiming mode. Those are always fun. Holding Alt with artillery selected. Holding Control while giving a drag order to make the selected units walk to. Holding Alt and right-clicking on an enemy unit commences a melee attack while not in melee mode. This is cool. Okay, I'll select all units of that type. That's awesome. Battle camera, rotation speed. What's the difference between standard camera? Camera height is lower and the camera swoops down into the action. Fixed vertical. And let's see how standard camera is gonna look for. Whoa! I see. This looks like such a mess, but this guy's my favorite. This guy with that hair. Press spacebar to toggle manual control. What's the difference between manual control? Page up and down cycles through individual troops. Okay. Looks very organized and professional. I don't know, you might just want to wait until the actual fighting begins. Then it looks a little bit more like how the barbarians are typically described as fighting. Yeah, see, like, from this distance it might fool you. Up close it's a freaking mess.
Have our spearmen chase them off.
They approach with cavalry? Looks like cavalry is holding positions. Enemy cavalry are best engaged with spearmen, protected missile units, or chased off by other cavalry. Okay, I might want to use my own cavalry for that then. Who is it that's wandering out of the sight lines of the woods? Maybe we all can be a little deeper inside here. The rotations, I think it's control. Yeah, if you hold control, I can control their rotation. Slow down, stay hidden. I want arrows on one side and then arrows on another side. There's got to be some kind of flanking logic to the arrows, so maybe I should reorganize my groups into... split my whole army in two based on, starting with the archery units in each split. Oh! Should we have actually been taking the high ground here? Probably should have. Alright, we're gonna have to leave the forest. If our archers are gonna get on the other side, we're gonna have to expose ourselves for a little while. Or not. Is there a route around here? How much time do we have to sacrifice? Looks like it might not even matter. Okay, new plan. Since we have all the time in the world. Back up! Stop, we're taking a different route. We're also going to turn that run mode off. Fast forward time a bit. I really think we have all the time in the world here. How do we turn the interface off? I gotta make my, quick reference key card. So we set cinematic mode on. Toggle UI, K, okay. Boop. Yeah, this is how you make these games look good. You just turn the interface.
We just turned the interface off, but now we're also in silent movie mode. I wonder if they see us. I see them, so probably. I also don't know if I have the rules turned on hardcore enough to do, yeah, they definitely should be able to see that movement. K, right? K, yeah. So we are changing routes to make sure that we take the high ground in this fight. We have all the time in the world, why not? There's no strategic sacrifice to doing that. I need to disable auto run. That's not how things should be working. Maybe I just need to get in the muscle memory of pressing the run button. They're not running. This might look like it because of the time scale.
Noble! Warriors of Germania! The gods watch over us! Warriors, move out! Ah! We'll kill them all! Fellas! Deadly missiles ready!
Let's see if the bracket controls work for increasing and decreasing rank and file. Doesn't look like it.
Nobles! Get running!
Interesting, the enemy has a bunch of archers up front. I think that's pretty normal. As soon as the enemy gets in range, they're supposed to steadily start moving behind. I'll be putting my archers up front for the most part, but I plan on having one of these break off to slip behind later on. Torch archers got absolutely creamed though last time. Are the slingers... Can I judge their movement speed from this panel? Very light, very light.
Panaxman! We hunger for blood and battle! Missile-armed warriors!
Bet they move at equal speeds.
Warriors of Germania! Scrappers ready! Warriors of Germania! Run, curse you! Move it! Let's go! Warband! Gothic warband! Move it! Men of Germania! Ready for battle? Run, curse you! Men of Gothiskatza!
Can I get the camera going real slow and smooth? I don't think the machinima tools are quite as robust as what I'm used to. Either that or I haven't found the proper hotkeys yet. I'll get it.
Deadly missiles ready!
So yeah, we're gonna start by
widening our archer line to force them into making a move. What does their range look like? Okay, big tree. Got a lot of leaves. This one. This tree right here is our line. Hotkey 4. Formation panel, straight line. Point them right behind the tree. There we go. That'll be where my main battle line starts. Can I thin that line? What is the hotkey for that in this game? Key, special unit. Increase rank, increase file. Control! Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's spread them out. We hit a filing of... Let's spread them out as much as possible. Can't get them down to 2 per line, but close enough. And then the traditional heavy spears behind them. There we go. I feel a lot better about approaching from this angle and splitting the army in 2 from this angle. You know what? I'll have the flankers go with the cavalry. These guys, group 5, will be our flankers. Not a unit of archers, because the flankers will kind of sort of get the same job done. I think the slinger should have more ammunition on them.
Ready? Missiles ready! Runners! Battle ready and eager! Missile-armed warriors!
Alright, let's start the attack.
Fire on them! A-game! Palaxman! Run! Move out! Whoa down! Warriors, on me! Men of Germania! Warriors ready? Moving! The gods wants over! Forward! Forward! Warriors of Germania! Run! No!
Oh no, the artillery, I
Our men
forgot.
come under fire. Have them adopt loose formation to weather the enemy missiles.
Yeah, loose formation.
They will bleed for warriors! Move out! Run, curse you!
Flankers are gonna be good for
Orders!
taking on that artillery.
Move out! Satu Wallow! We will pierce their hearts! Get running!
Oh no. Run, get behind. Yeah, it's working. No, don't chase them too hard. Don't chase them too hard. I don't think this is quite how Julius Caesar described the way we need to be fighting. But it's gonna work. Now, horses really need to be going after the onagers more than anything else.
Battle ready! Get them!
Maybe the flankers should just form a line in the other forest. Look at this! Look at this! They're running away!
The enemy has discovered our hidden troops.
We hunger for blood and battle! Men of Germania! Ready for battle! Put up the shield wall! Shield wall now! Move out! Back! Ah! Gothic
Uh-oh.
discovered the enemy's hidden units.
Not going perfectly according to plan.
We'll kill them all.
That's good. We're learning. Climbing the learning curve. Oh no. They had a hidden unit in the woods as well. Okay. Make a new line here. I think we got it.
Do you see your enemy, men? The cowards run. They have no more will to fight. Victory is ours.
Praise the god.
I should get water. Okay, that was,
Victory is ours, chieftain.
Wait, who
The
did I
fate of the
lose?
men captured in battle is yours to decide. It can be beneficial to hold them, but sometimes leniency or brutality can be worth more.
Enemy of your enemy will like you.
For the tribe!
Bonds forged between men in battle are not easily broken. Your army is becoming a force to be reckoned with. Be sure to
Camaraderie.
guide its development to your benefit, chieftain.
I still approve for flavor reasons the Dacian Foxmen being here this late. Sometimes you have spearmen survive for a very long time, alright? They have to. I'm wondering if the Foxmen are not gonna be able to get poised again. Oh no, they're still there. Okay, good. Okay, but Romula was the real target of this camp. So was increasing public order. Visigoths, minor settlement. How come the detail panel's not coming up though? Do I get no control over it
Ready for battle.
if no one's around? How come we're not moving?
Ready for orders.
Because I guess we're out of points this. Open the force details panel. Or maybe it's because we're in tutorial mode. Decimate? What? To tradition. Integrity. I love that integrity is a point. Let's do both. Hey, what was that? I missed that. Ooh, very pretty.
Thirsty for battle. Call this a garrison. Ready for battle.
Okay, we figured out how to solve our public order crisis. Oh, there's this seasonal business. Unseasonal conditions, bad winter. I think this was a mod feature from Davide et Impera that might have been inspired by this. Why did it play that one twice? Okay, I'm gonna refill my water. I'll be right back. Ah. So George, was the Roman Dacians and the enemy were Visigoths? So George, was the Roman Dacians and the enemy were Visigoths? I don't think we're Roman Dacians right now. They don't look or sound very Roman at the moment. Let's see where the faction map says the Roman Empire is at right now. Eastern Roman Empire, I suppose, would be the one I'd be more worried about over here. I'm north of that. Constantinople's down here. I'm up here. What year is it supposed to be? 374 AD. Roman Empire, 374 AD. The AI says that the year 374 AD is a turning point in Roman history, foreshadowing challenges that would contribute to a decline of the Western Roman Empire. Thank you. Okay, but what is the map? Can I get a picture of the map? Roman Empire, say 370 AD. Rome abandoned Dacia during the reign of Aurelian around 270. Yeah, that's what I thought. I remembered hearing from one lecture or another. Oh, wait, no. The Diocese of Dacia, Diocese of Praetorian Prefecture of Italy, Europe in 371, the Battle of Bagavan. Battle of Bagavan was fought in 371 between a joint Roman-Armenian force and a Sassanid army. Let me put this on the window so you can see what I'm talking about instead of sounding like a crazy person. There we go. Right. So I'm looking at a map, Europe in 371, and it looks like the Roman Empire actually kind of does have some of this stuff covered. Although I guess I'm really here where it says Gruthingi. Erminaric, huh? And around 370 question mark, the Huns arrive on Volga. So the Gruthingi, Sarmatians, Goths, Heruli. I guess I'm playing out the Goth portion of this map. 369, Valens makes peace with the Goths. I am technically not at war at the moment where this campaign begins. But I guess it would make sense that the Roman Empire is south of me. But they are closer than I originally thought. Are the borders in the game accurate to this map I'm looking at? Arsenopolis, Eastern Roman Empire. Are they actually? Yeah. Tervingi is a client state. They're Romula. Okay, so the Gepids, like, not trade. Is there a way we can see what relationship they have with the Roman Empire so I would know whether or not I'm invading a client state of the Roman Empire? Gruthingi is a Gothic empire this map's referring to. Bosporan Kingdom is supposed to be a Roman client state, and that's, I don't think that's simulated here. Delonus, Desolate, what? Is there no empire in control of that one right now? Is there no city to be found on the map? General Cannabis, awesome. Then again, I'm like, not really much of a major power at all, and I don't even know if I should be on this. Wow, I'm surprised at just how accurate the Eastern Roman Empire borders are. It's underneath this river. Therminium is Western Roman. Thermium, the west of this river that runs. Nation. The Pannonia is Roman, but Sarmatia is supposed to be Alliance Austria. Huh. Anyways, neat. Neat, very, very neat. Look, I'm being edutained. How edutational.
for orders.
Could I disband mercenaries for now and rehire them later? I want my Gothic Folksmen to survive faster, but then again the budget's not really a concern at all. I like public order, that's like...
On the move, lads!
6, -13... Oh boy. Can't leave for too long, huh?
Ready for battle!
Alright, let's stay in another turn while they heal. Very uneventful, unfortunately.
Ready for orders!
Fall, and I don't want to be heading out in the winter. The only one that increases public order is all the way down here. 1, 2, 3. Or let's go this way. Oh. What, oh, I don't have the point. Upkeep cost would be nice right now. Yeah, I really hope this isn't online because this flavor text, you don't want to dependent on the internet for this. This HTML is kind of worrying me that someday I might not be able to just right click and read about the Roman logistics system. None of these sound like public order bonuses. Go with that for now. On one more turn of boredom and then we can go, right? Right? Oh, come on. Oh, wait, no, this is good.
Chieftain. The campaign season is upon us.
Yes.
Let us move out.
Yes. Our Folksmen are almost healed. They're not going to be fully healed by the time we enter enemy territory, but they're... Oh, why can't I move? Is it some tutorial restriction?
Ready for battle.
Yes, yes, it was.
Thirsty for battle.
Keep these guys within one turn's marching distance of both towns.
Move out.
In case enemies come from the north, I can move
Your
him
next command?
wherever he shall need to be. Alethius, governor. What do I need to do to get Sentinel? I want that Sentinel as fast as possible. Oh, see, Ostrogoths are moving. It doesn't look like a lot of them, though. Oh, it is online, but at the very least there's a different online source for the units and tech trees if the official goes offline. That doesn't make me feel very, very secure, unfortunately. Okay, so we'll put him in the river valley between two routes the enemy possibly
Get
could
moving!
take.
Ready
Yeah.
for further orders.
This guy can go one further turn close to Amula, but actually, let's stay in the tree line at turn. Might have the high ground, but we have a defensive tree line, and we're...
For the tribe!
Oops! We're not going the direction I want them to. I also ended that turn
Enemy
too
forces
early.
have crossed into our territory, chieftain.
Warriors all! Thirsty for battle! On the move, lads!
If I screw up, we're too far away.
Ready for further orders!
I thought I had him positioned in a way where he could react pretty
Ready for battle!
well to the potential
Besieging
threat.
settlement.
Oh, that's right. We need
Run!
siege equipment, mercenaries.
Warriors
Forgot.
all!
There we go. Let's try
None will
again.
escape.
Circle. Uh-oh. Three, four, five. They have 5 units of archers and slingers. I think with the artillery advantage, though, I still should be able to lure them out into a vulnerable position. However, I can't save. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate, but we're going to take the risk. The chances look like a coin flip, but I think that usually means that with the human in control, you generally have an unreported plus 15% chance to your odds. I don't think I want rain. What if I'm using these artillery? I hope this one, I really hope this one has better, more diverse cities than Rome 2 did. This doesn't look like it should be too difficult. I started surprisingly close to the, what do they call it, capture point? Capture.
Ready for battle!
Okay. Make them group number 6. Projectiles will be 4. Flankers will be 5. Definitely. Oh, it's because they're like shirtless. Maybe that's why they were dying so fast last battle. What the hell kind of weapon is that? Hawksman?
Let's...
They might not be the heroic flankers I was really picturing. But why were they attacking with the hook? They have projectiles.
Watch over us!
That's useful. Oh, what are the next and previous unit hotkeys? Did I just go ahead and write these down? About face. I want like next unit, period and comma. Okay. That might want to change that later on, but very important. Alright.
Men of Germania!
Guys I want in front.
Come together! Warband! Warriors of Germania!
But for now, we're gonna put the onagers front.
Seat engines! Onager!
Onager? Or onager?
Logan! Organize yourselves! Aye! Warriors ready! Keep your distance! Marksmen! Gothic warmen!
I think we should just assault the front. We got the artillery advantage, a choke point. They come down, flankers can be used to flank.
As you say!
They gotta get in the forest fast, though, once the battle begins. They come down the hill. We have,
Men of Germania!
2 lines of spears.
Warriors, eager for blood! Understood! Gotcha! Ready! Spearman! Aye! As you say! Battle ready! You have ideas? Fight phalanx! Fight together! Fightmen, come
Can
together!
I not turn this off?
Fight phalanx!
Maybe that comes into play during, melee combat.
Germania! Spearman! Men of Kathyskensa! Warriors of Germania! Men of Kathyskensa! Warriors of Germania! Warriors of Germania! Deadly missiles ready! First formation! Warriors eager for blood! Orders! Missiles ready! As you say! Nobles!
Comrades, we march against the enemy once again. Show them no mercy.
Fire on them! They will not refuge without giving as good as they get. But we love a good fight. Let us strike fear in their hearts. Give them the
Oh my gosh, things are happening already. Wow.
Beware, our hidden units have been revealed.
I think we're ready. Jeez, that was fast. Also, I'm already getting in this habit of pausing the game. I think everyone had, hold that thought.
of Germania!
Okay, I need to set the pause hotkey to something else. I'm trying to... I'm getting it. The muscle memory is coming back real strong.
On again! Siege artillery!
Yeah. I'm winning, right? I think, I hope.
Look! They're hidden units!
I know. I got a plan, don't worry. of ammo.
We'll kill them all! Deadly missiles ready! Forward! Warriors, move out!
Have to retreat. We don't got this.
Gotcha! Cut them! Our spears are yours! Warriors, ready! Move out! Forward! Hack them down! Forward!
Okay, never mind. We're pulling it back. Oh, the general's in trouble.
Ready for battle! Forward! Forward! Melee warriors! Viva! Noble!
Please get the king safe. I think the king's safe. Alright, let's go back. Still don't think we got this, even though we're starting to pull something together. Whew. Okay, so the king might have made it away safely. The minute these brigands broke, there we go, we gotta get out now. Could we use the onagers as cover? Be a nice ridgeline we can defend later.
The enemy general has been dragged to the
Yeah.
ground and run through. Word of his death will spread through the enemy and do our work for us.
Come on, quit wavering. We're safe, we're safe. We found a nice ridgeline. I think we also have a numerical advantage now. Now let's run away to safety and reform on this ridgeline. We actually did a decent job. I forgot I have horse archers. Alright. Now I can take a look at chat. Oh, oh my gosh, they decided to stop.
Victory is ours.
That's good. That was easier than I thought it would be, and it also went better than I thought it would be. I don't even think we have to worry about running them down with this town capture style battle.
The day is yours.
Oh, thanks for the compliments, Nico, from the web. Attila has a much better soundtrack than Rome 2, but it's still shocking to me that they never brought Jeff. Yep. I guess Jeff Van Dyke was just getting too expensive. Ah, come on. Keep dropping my lav mic. Eddie wants to get in my lap. Oh. Come on, Eddie. Eddie's afraid of the fireworks.
Warriors all!
Eddie, it's okay. Ah. Can't wait till our generation phases out fireworks. I like how they call the industrial buildings are the bone crafter, plaster maker, wagon maker. It would make more sense to call them workshops. Bone workshop, plaster workshop, wagon workshop. For Troy Total War, I would appreciate a wagon maker. Homer does talk about them as if they're individuals. Defined military obligation. Gosh, I hate that this encyclopedia is online. But yeah, this might be interesting. They're forced to provide men of fighting age to bolster the army. I think we see a depiction of this happening in the really quite good Netflix German series Barbarians, where the Roman bullies are demanding tribute, including forced slave soldiers from the primitive Germanic barbarian villages they're abusing. Visigoth military maneuvers. Kills me. Absolutely kills me. Even as clean as they try to make the animation, seeing that little hourglass pop up and the page load in. Not gonna last forever. It's just a reminder. This game's 5 years old. No, this game's 10 years old. 2015 is when it came out. And yeah, that's right at the threshold where you really do want to be worrying about these things going away. I've never been able to get into this game. I've never been able to justify the money spend and time obligation until now, but I'm arriving just in time to where worrying about this page going away is a immediate is a term. Is a short-term future I do have to worry about. But when do we get to play as the good stuff, the Romans and the Huns? When is this tutorial finally over?
For the tribe!
Now when I hit the OK button on this, I really hope it doesn't auto-end the turn without me also hitting the technology. Yes, thank you. Wow. All these flavor texts are about, like, the decline. The decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire. Also, the fireworks are going crazy right now at 10:30. Still got an hour and a half until it'll be at its worst. Maybe I should eat a...
Our facilities in this town are damaged. Key buildings must be kept in a good state of repair if we are to benefit from the services they provide.
I love this guy's animations. Maybe I should make a big fat American hamburger and French fries tonight. Romula, okay, I was looking at the wrong one. The little red bit of meter, I guess, means it's damaged. Haven't considered that idea before. Millennials and Zoomers being such dog people, putting them at odds with fireworks might be a thing. Yeah. Can't carve bone when the wagon hut, I don't make the rules. You're, You did not make the rules about how everyone is so incredibly specialized that they can't do one or the other. Or they only have to do one or the other.
Public order here is low, chieftain. You must take steps to placate the people, lest they take up arms against us.
Trying, man, I'm trying. Well, that decreases public order. This might increase it, but it decreases food. Oh, we can afford it, though. Neat. It also improves the roads. Those will decrease public order. Okay, so, as I recall from Rome 2, the more complicated buildings decrease public order because the jobs are harder. Like, the more you develop your economy, that comes at the cost of public order because it means that there's no efficient way to do it pre-industrialization. It just ultimately means more people have shittier jobs. This is an enemy army. It's uncomfortably close to Petrodava. They cannot move in. Wait, can they move in next turn? No, they can't. I'm seeing the flashes reflected on my computer. Wow. That's some pretty intense fireworking. Okay, Eddie buddy. It's okay.
Ready for orders!
The red, I really do hope is his movement range. I'm gonna open a window. Or, I'm not gonna open a window, I'm gonna open my curtains. I wanna see some of this.
about 10-15 years ago, Georgia fireworks law got significantly looser. When I was a kid, they were banned, but now there's some guys shooting them off in the parking lot, recording it with their smartphones with the kids, having a good time. I'm sorry, Eddie. Are you okay, Eddie? I'm gonna go check on Eddie, but at least good to see the tradition be alive to some extent. Hear it loud over the stream. Yeah, I can't complain though. It's neat. It's nice having my own personal fireworks show right out my window to some extent. I'm gonna go find Eddie though and make sure he's okay and not digging a hole in the carpet. Eddie's hiding in his crate, which is pretty much where he's supposed to be and what he's supposed to do when this kind of thing's going down. I just locked the door on it, and when the end of the stream rolls around, I'll build him a little blanket for it and get him hiding in there when midnight rolls around, because when midnight rolls around, the fireworks are going to be even more intense. But I'm at least happy that when they started going off... Can you guys see the light? Hang on, let me actually turn the lights off. Alright, here we go. One more lighting adjustment. Alright. If things get intense, this should be interesting. There might be colorful shadows dancing across the room. Reflections on my glasses. I saw some reflections of them earlier, reflected on the chassis of my computer case. The flare is visible. Yeah, it looks like a flare gun that someone shot up earlier.
Ready for battle.
Soldiers aren't too wounded. One of my guys became more respectful. Oh, the image on the webcam doesn't even look that ghoulish and horrible.
For the tribe!
And balancing public order again is gonna get me right back into the loop. I thought I already moved him into position to intercept this guy, but maybe not. I guess camping out around this little choke point of the river might be his optimal parking spot.
We need good fighters. Fight with us. It's a good life. Are you ready to do your duty to the tribe? Ready for orders.
See that? That was a flare.
Ready for battle.
Did I capture the wrong town? I don't know if it'll be that disadvantageous of a situation to be in, at least.
This campaign is taking its toll on our troop numbers, Chieftain. Our army can replenish and control territory.
Aren't they doing that? Yeah, they're doing that. What's he talking about? Okay, Apulum belongs to the Ostrogoths. The Ostrogoths hold up right now. Yeah.
Thirsty for battle. Ready for orders.
The enemy offer battle. We must act.
I was not expecting this. Cool. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. Alright, let's do as much as we can. How do I do the barricades?
Men of Germania!
Barricades remaining 1. Okay, I saw that refract through my glasses. Did you guys see that one reflect on my glasses? 5.
8.
Ready for battle!
Oh, this is the barricade. Damage, fire, stops units from passing. Oh no! You can only choose a predetermined spot for it? Aw, that's lame. I want to put it higher up on the hill. Where we have to defend the citadel thing. This is very 13th Warrior. These little huts. Little village. Good thing the streets... In all these Total War games, all the streets are wide enough for a huge army to pass through. That's convenient. But it makes the villages look so unconvincing all the time. Oh, look at this! There's crosses, Christian graves. It looked like they're right next to a more ancient, primitive burial mound. They're Christianizing. A serpent here? A dragon thing? But yeah, I really wish that someday one of these games, maybe Pharaoh finally has interesting looking, convincing looking cities. Okay, and then this chieftain's longhouse up here looks like something straight out of Beowulf. Beowulf, I should say. But the gravestones are more Christian than anything else we're seeing here. The biggest, most important building is not a church. The warlord's palace, the chieftain, the mead hall, the long hall. There's these circles of standing stones around, like, Norse god-looking guy. But when it comes to burying people, when it comes to what thoughts cross their minds when seeing where they bury their dead, where'd it go? You're starting to see more Christianization enter into their society. This will be really interesting zooming in on the Roman cities and seeing how much crosses we're going to see versus the old trad western Homeric Olympian stuff. But anyways, I need to think about a strategy. Where to put that barricade. Do Total War games follow a historical timeline for the game events, or are they more systemic and open-ended? They are more systemic and open-ended. The beginning of the campaigns usually will resemble what a real-life political map worked at the time, but the campaigns usually try to walk you through a basic tutorial mode to learn to play the game where things will get ahistorical, and then a few turns into the campaign, suddenly things will get dramatically ahistorical. Unless you're playing Troy Total War, where there's a story mode campaign that tries to get you to imitate the typical plot beats of the Trojan War cycle. Okay, so I'm probably gonna lose. Unless I can exploit the AI and get them stuck on something they can't handle.
Missiles ready! Men of Germania! Spearmen ready for battle! Warriors ready!
This really makes me want to rewatch 13th Warrior. Maybe I should read 13th Warrior next time.
Men of Germania!
Reading Beowulf and watching 13th Warrior afterwards was... I was having the time of my life that night.
Look sharp, soldiers. Another chance to win glory against our enemy beckons.
Yeah, this guy's real optimistic.
This is the last stand, men.
This guy's more realistic.
Our capital is at stake today. By dawn, will
Oh,
we
look at them
still
trying
own
to do
these
the Roman
streets,
shield
our
wall.
homes? Or will we all be in the arms of the gods? Fight like boars and defend your city! Bastards! I will purge your hearts and eat them! Men of Germania! Keep watch!
Hold! Guard! On watch!
Brigands!
Bulldogs, run!
Are they all gonna compress around the same shield, the same choke point?
Now! Keep watch! Men of Germania!
We will pierce their hearts! Be on guard!
Batu Wallo! Men of Germania!
Gods, protect us!
The fastest route we can flank with. I guess it's gonna have to be down here.
Follow me!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Missiles!
The tower is nothing but ash now.
Brigands! Run! Cassio! Fire!
Get your shields out! Forward!
Missile warriors! Guard!
Brigands!
Loose!
Men of Kafiskansa! Get ready!
Ready for battle! Warriors, on me!
We're gonna use these brigands
Men of Germania!
on the
Kill!
slingers. Everyone else is just gonna kinda gotta stay put and hope for the best.
Eager for blood!
Warriors, move out!
Oh wow, my own soldiers can't even pass across the barricade.
Cassio! Yeah!
General was taking a lot of damage. Can he save himself somehow? Replenish this with less troops. Friendly fire! Yeah, hit the guys in the back, not the guys in the front, please.
Spears ready!
And maybe now the general can retreat. What's... Oh, those are slingers I was looking at.
Pierce their hearts! Brigands!
The brigands need to charge. General needs to slowly retreat back if the tide's starting to turn.
Deadly missiles, ready!
Are these guys getting clear shots? I don't know if they are. I don't know if I trust it. I'm shooting these instead.
Spearmen! Brigands!
We will
Pierce their hearts! Brigands! Brigands!
Is their fatigue? They're winded a little bit.
hunger for blood and battle!
Hey, Super Sly Gaming. I am thinking of doing a review of of Metal Gear Solid Delta for sure as soon as it's out. Yeah. Look at all those javelins, I'm guessing? Yeah, javelins. Yeah, that's evening the odds a bit, but not by a lot, oh no.
We'll kill them all! Got to kill it!
Fire on them!
Warriors, withdraw! Warriors, move out!
Okay, I don't know if we got this.
Warriors!
Finally getting our flank into position, but still no easy way to counter some of their own projectiles.
Men of Kafiskasa! All right! What commando? Men of Germania!
Battle ready and eager! Forward!
Look at how fast they are!
Follow me!
Men of Germania! Men of Kafiskasa!
Blood! Curse you! No!
We hunger for blood and battle!
Do I have a time limit I can exploit? I don't see it. I'm guessing no. Oh, they're running into my barricade. Yeah.
Disbanded!
Men of Kafiskasa! Men of Germania!
Ready! And running!
Ready for battle! Men of Kafiskasa! Cut them down! Cut them down!
But yeah, this looks more like the disorganized sort of skirmish fighting that you were imagining the barbarians would have been looking like instead of the Romans, right? Once the actual battle starts happening, they're really fast. They don't keep an organized line. It looks more like the weren't these games originally designed as like a microbial life simulation sort of system? Where they're supposed to look like cells or of bacteria or something moving around swarming on things?
Our commander is slain by the enemy, chieftain.
I
We
know,
have
it's not
recovered
good.
the body, but word has spread through the army.
The enemy is nicely getting distracted by destroying a barricade or something instead of fighting the battle, but oh, maybe it was just a ruse because now we're getting swarmed properly. Yeah, what a mess. Yeah, Just Junkie also is totally right. That totally kind of was a game review. It's not like I ever really... I did not stop as dramatically as a lot of people in the comments seem to think I did, and I'm assuming that that comes from a, failure to recognize the stakes and weight of what is going
Our
on.
blades are turned back.
Yeah, but we
Chieftain,
did some
must
good damage. Too bad that Pathrius or whatever had to die. Fridajern's brother. Gunderic? Never mind. Maybe Frederick's brother got to stay alive. Alright, so the enemy... They got cut in more than half. They lost more than half their numbers doing that. Hope that the recovery process won't be
Ready
too...
for battle!
Wait, did they not even capture it? Why did they not capture it? Why did they let me off the hook?
Thirsty for battle!
No, I don't know if we should actually play this one out. But also the capital is now left unguarded.
Warriors! Archers all! Ready for orders!
Next turn is gonna be autumn. I think we should do it. I think we should lay siege to Apulum. They only got 6 units in their real army and then the garrison. The time is now to strike.
We have Apulum surrounded, and our engineers. The men shall begin making.
Oh wait, what was
siege
that?
weapons. We have Apulum.
Thank you.
And our engineers stand ready to construct siege weapons. Put them to work.
Oh, they sacked it. Sacked stole gold. Okay, I guess that's good. That means it's less of a pain in the ass for me. At least less of a long-term pain in the ass for me, more of a short-term pain in the ass. Odds are already looking good. What is the 3 labor force cost? Total labor force. How am I ever going to use all those? Am I even going to need the siege towers for these little villages? Or should I just go ahead now with the onagers? I believe I should. We're going ahead with the onagers. I don't think we need the battering rams and the other stuff. Look at that, they only have 5 units! Oh wait, Odoker? That's also a real-life name, but it can't possibly be the Odoker. Make those Goths feel the wrath of the Goths. Yeah, this Gothic Civil War scenario is going on a bit too long for it to feel like a tutorial. I don't think the tutorial is what people might be so impressed by from this game. Should I just have auto-resolved this one? I'll definitely auto-resolve the next one. I want to get things going.
Let us deploy them against the defenders of Apulum.
Yes,
See
let
them in
us.
action.
Yeah, you... This guy really should have more of a nasally voice, considering his image. But I love the way he looks. I like the way he talks. He looks like a fun tutorial man. Set the projectiles to fire at will. Skirmish mode for now. I'm just gonna shoot them like modern snipers or something. I'll do the organization when the battle starts. I do appreciate that there is a
After years of war, we finally prepare to march upon the enemy capital. Sharpen your swords, and let the rivers of this land run red with the blood of our enemies. Advance!
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get some casualties scored here too. We're taking out the towers, the walls, and some chunks of men from their units, all in one
Fire is a
go.
potent weapon when used correctly, Chieftain. Torching the city will send the defenders into chaos. However, destroying the settlement buildings will make it harder to occupy once the battle has been won.
When ordering your men lunch, Chieftain, make sure to customize the order to everyone's preferences. Your taxes are late, Chieftain. When picking a restaurant to go to dinner with your wife, Chieftain, make sure to check the Google reviews first.
Men of Germania! Run, curse you! Get moving! Marksmen! Get ready! Gods protect us! On again! Take aim! On again!
Oh, they're already halfway out of ammo.
The enemy's gates have been destroyed! Siege artillery! Take aim! The gods run now! Spearmen! Men of the Fiskins! Run! Protect us!
Alright, you guys are the first wave. That's how we're doing the organization this time.
On again! Men from above! On again! Men of the Fiskins!
forces must be defeated, but the capture of the town is our ultimate goal. Head for the central plaza.
You guys will be the second wave. Oops, formation's wrong. Don't cut their shields up. Let's go into the breach. Where's wave 2? Get wave 2 in line. Wave 3 is when we might start getting kind of pathetic. Whoever's in front of the line doesn't actually have quite a bad deal in this battle. Look at that. Easy peasy. Onagers are out. Okay. Using the Zonagerman as a screen will definitely help boost the numbers of the third wave.
Knock them down! Cut them down! Forward!
Use the breach instead of the gate. We might be able to get a good flanking angle. Did he say good to be dead? Aha, they've turned their backs. Shoot.
The gates are ours! On again! Forward! Warriors, move out! Move it!
What are those brigands retreating for? Oh no, we just got hit by some kind of artillery. What was that? Also, maybe the lack of a guard button is a barbarian thing. Maybe you have to be playing as the Romans to get the stop chasing retreating enemies automatically mode turned on. Oh no, those poor guys. Whoa.
Word of his passing will
Whoa.
spread amongst the men.
When did that happen? Which one of these is the general? Did his whole entire unit just suddenly get wiped out by something unexpected? I missed that. No, not King Burton Jertix or whatever his name was. Oh, what? Hang on a minute. I was getting attacked in the rear that whole time by an unexpected enemy reinforcement team. Okay, now we have to use their walls against them. That was not what I wanted to happen at all.
Men of Germania! The gods watch over us! Move out! Forward! Hold on! Move it! Bowman! Gotcha! What curse you? Spearmen!
This capture point plaza. Uh-oh.
Bowman! Men of Germania! Move it! Forward! Gothic Bowman! Move it! Be on guard! Hold! Pick your target! Get running! Forward! We'll kill him! We'll kill them all! Warriors of Germania! Move it! Scrappers ready! Men of Germania!
Is there any chance those guys getting saved?
Warriors of Germania!
was griping about it earlier, but the cities, the towns at least that I've seen so far, do at least look better than the ones in Rome. But everyone has such low morale right now because of the general being unexpectedly slain. And now I think it might be time to try and do some damage and save these guys. We destroy the barricade, yeah. Projectiles, get back. Ah, no. Control, click, and up the hill. Capture the point.
Warriors eager for blood!
Is the advisor supposed to be a monk? I guess druid is the better term, but the barbarians are called the barbarians for a reason. They weren't exactly the winners writing this history. I don't think we really know what there's a character. There's a certain kind of archetypical character that advisor is, and that's the druid. Like, if there's ever a popular media depiction of the people building Stonehenge, they're gonna look like one of those guys. But yeah, in terms of how these societies really worked, I don't think we got a whole lot of sources to call on. There's some Roman explorers who documented them, but all the writings are gonna be written through a conviction of xenophobic superiority that probably has not given us a clean, solid record of what the senior elder military advisors would have looked like, if that even was the concept we're working with. They were working with. But yeah, I do recommend the Netflix Barbarian series, the German language one. The Romans speak actual Latin. The Germans speak modern German, which the historians find funny, but for a dumb American watching it was a lot of fun, getting at least the presumption of some kind of authenticity from their languages. Okay, we got 1 unit of spearmen here. Let's get this tower converted sooner rather than later, and then we'll work on engaging and flanking the spearmen. The axemen, and take out that onager relatively easily, I'm guessing. We don't need to be running so fast, guys. We're gonna get tired. But then again, we're not Romans. They're not wearing a whole lot of heavy armor to wear them out with. Okay, there's our spearmen. Let's make the spear wall, pin the enemy down, then flank them while they're pinned like we're Romans. These slingers need to be... Okay, queuing up the elaborate positions is tougher than I would like it to be. Where in most of these games you can shift-click to manipulate exactly how thick their line's going to be and what angle they're going to be looking at. Kind of sort of 2 turns ahead almost of where you're working with. Also, I keep seeing these towers get destroyed instead of captured over to my side, and that's not quite what I want either.
The enemy are
Goths
broken.
and other Germanics did very well. Modern France, Norway, and Spain are their creations. I don't think that means the same thing, though, as us having good, solid historical records of what the ancient Gothic societies were really like, though. He's probably my favorite advisor in the whole Total War franchise. Okay, it is a pretty strong competition, Hannibal, Montana, but I do want to point out that in Troy Total War, your advisor actually is Homer. Based on a bust of Homer. I don't know if I can, I just have such a intimate connection and love of the guy.
Capture of Apulum boosts the prestige of our people, chieftain.
But I love the animation going on with him. The way the shadow from his nose casts across his mouth, so you can tell at a glance in the corner of your eyes just how wide his mouth is talking, is very smart lighting. Hang on though, let me get a window capture going. I want to see once again what the Troy Total War Homer advisor looked like. Okay, we're gonna do a window capture. Firefox. Troy Total War tutorial, I guess? Prologue? Troy Total War long play prologue. Not really. Okay, Troy Total War long play part 1. Oh geez, this looks stupid. Okay, what are we? Yeah, I just want to hear the tutorial, man. Can't like type in the YouTube bar Troy Total War tutorial footage, because then you'll find there he is. Okay, the voice actor's not having that much fun, but I'm just thrilled to see that.
Go, seek shelter.
The face.
Plenty of fighting ahead.
The recognizably Homer face of that advisor. I really don't like the Rome 2 advisors. Like, that game just had such a disappointing lack of character.
To Achaean pride. King Menelaus will have his revenge. And his brother will have his war with Troy. Just as the gods intended. Oh, swift-footed Achilles, there is only one response to Queen Helen's abduction, and that is war.
I don't know if I feel like the voice actor for Homer here is having as much fun as the voice actor for Germanic Druid Advisor. And the animator, something about the look of Rome Total War feels weirdly underbaked. It's stylized very well, but in terms of like the lighting and detail on the characters' models, the Druid Advisor here has like those beautiful shadows casting over his face from his hood and his nose and his eyebrow ridge. Like he kind of has an inverted triangle look to him. His proportions are more cartoony, whereas Homer here is based on a bust. The writing is solid for Homer, but the voice acting, that's not how I imagine the Homeric performers sounding. And it's almost the same voice actor for both games. It's like generic old wise man male. But yeah, when I think of a line like this, you know, when you're listening to the George Odyssey, it would sound way different. Oh, swift-footed Achilles, there is only one response to Queen Helen's abduction. War. The voice actor could be given it a little bit more poetic rhythm, at least. We're supposed to be going dun 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 dun. Yeah, whoever wrote this and directed it had no interest in actually matching the poetic meter of the epic poetry.
Just as the gods intended. Oh, swift-footed Achilles, there is only one response to Queen Helen's abduction. And that is...
Right, I love the blue-orange contrast going on, but boy oh boy does that water have no detail going on.
King Agamemnon of high-walled Mycenae
High-walled
insult to his brother. You are the ultimate warrior.
Mycenaes. No, I wouldn't say Mycenae in my version.
Of the Myrmidons.
I think I did, actually, come to think of
Glory
it.
in battle is my God-given fate.
Your ally, King Lycomedes, rules the Isle of Skyros. As a boy, you were sheltered in Lycomedes' court on your father's command. Now you must protect the old king.
Ah, this is making me nostalgic for 4 years ago.
From enemies like the Elopians, and opportunities that come your way through friends such as prosperous King Oeleus and his son Ajax the Lesser.
Troy was one of the good ones. We'll get back to Aquila. Aquila. I just saw the name Achilles popped up. We'll get back to Attila for just a few more minutes.
I at least would like to see maybe the first few minutes of a Roman campaign. This Germanic tutorial is going on so long now. And it's also so funny how I've played this game for maybe 4 hours now. This seems very uninterested in actually playing as, getting us to play as Attila. It's called Total War Attila. Ooh, the Total War, the Huns are invading. But it's like, you open up the box and instead it's, oops, the people who are getting invaded instead. Wismar, Ermanaric, Hethen. Would I say Hethen or Hethen? I think it's Hethen. Vinitharis, Ildibad. The names are really fun. These are cute. Let's pick the youngest.
Ready for battle.
With the most metallic haircut. Right, are we through? Is the tutorial gonna keep going on?
Our expansion brings us into contact with new peoples to the west, beyond the Carpathian Mountains. With luck, they will be well disposed to our cause.
Well, at least we're at peace with the Romans for now, but at some point, like, aren't we gonna get sandwiched to where we'll have no choice but to raid a Roman farming village to feed our people and sleep, and that's gonna start a horrible war, and
Warriors all!
get a ball rolling.
We can look for opportunities to establish ourselves in this region. The Romans to the west seem eager to trade.
Ugh! Ah! Why are they so loud and aggressive with this? Well, listen to that. It slaps you awake when you're like, ugh! When you're sitting back and relaxing and trying to enjoy the soothing Total War campaign map music. Okay, this is the hardest I've ever clicked my mouse in my life. Okay, finally, we're done. Diplomacy. Ah, yes, I've been waiting to see this map. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that typography. Oh. Oh, I think we saw a version of this in the opening cutscene where the video editor masked out this text and gave a bit of a 3D elevation. Arabia Magna, Syria, Palestina, Egyptus, Thuristan. Okay, it is... Yeah, it looks a little underbaked in this one. But if you were to pick a region on the map that actually has some pretty interesting politics to play out throughout the entire Total War series, I do wonder if your best bet might be with Italy over anything else. Over the Middle East, over Arabia, Syria, Palestine, over Greece, because Greece gets kind of forgotten about in the Napoleon and Empire games, but I don't think Italy does. I think Italy just kind of gets in the back seat for a little while, but not as near forgotten as some of the major early players like Greece and the Middle East. Attila is one of the best games about the end of the world. Sadly, the UI and controls fight you the whole time. Really? I haven't had that hard of a time adapting. But yeah, one of the best games about the end of the world. That's the part I'm really interested in getting into. I want to read some good flavor text about the apocalyptic vibes going on. But we're gonna learn how to make a trade agreement with the Eastern Romans? Yes.
Be welcome. But may God strike us all dumb if we speak anything but truth in our deliberations.
So he did say God. Flavius Julius Valens Augustus. That's Augustus. Wouldn't Augustus be before? Where are we? We're at 370 something AD, right? Aprax. Is that the faction leader now that King Ferdinandix got slain? But yeah, Augustus is like, that was one of the first emperors, right? The guy after Caesar who actually officially converted the Roman Republic to an emperor. Flavius Julius Valens Augustus. Let's go to Wikipedia.
Flavius, because there were a few, and also it was like a title. Flavius, Julius. Oh, the Julius thing? It feels way too late for that. Julii were a rich family in like 40 BC, and we're in 300 AD. Augustus. Valens. Flavius Julius Valena. Valens Augustus. Okay, so Wikipedia calls him just plain Valens. What is this Flavius? Regnal name. Wow. Imperator Caesar Flavius Valens Augustus. Valens, Roman Emperor of the East from 364 to 378. Yeah! Yeah! Okay, I was confused a bit because I saw the Augustus, but no, this is from the time when it is like a title more than it is a name for the guy. Augustus was the main title of the Roman emperors during antiquity. It was given as both name and title to the Augustus, Gaius Julius Caesar Octavius. On his death, it became an official title of his successor and used by other successors, etc., and so forth. But yeah, Valens. Let's see if I can get a refresher of Okay, no, Varus is the give me back my legions guy. Following a largely unremarkable military career, he was named co-emperor by Valentinian, who gave him the eastern half. Valens was defeated at the Battle of Adrianople against invading Goths, which astonished contemporaries and marked the beginning of barbarian encroachment into Roman territory. Wow, so this guy must have a lot on his plate, and it must not be going well. As Emperor, Valens continue. Let me put this on the window. I'm feeling it. This is how you're supposed to play the Total War games, right? You start getting on Wikipedia and looking up the names that are popping up. There we go. Don't quite have it cropped right. Okay. So he continually faced threats, internal and external. He defeated the usurper Procopius, campaigned against the Goths in the Danube. Valens focused on the eastern frontier, where he faced the perennial threat of Persia, which are going to be called like the I don't think they're the Parthenons right now. Are they the Sassanid Empire right now? No, they're not. That's not the right word. I don't remember what the Romans are gonna be calling the Persian Empire at the moment, particularly in Armenia, as well as additional conflicts with Saracens. Saracen, that's a term that gets tossed around all the time. Latin writings between the 5th and 15th century. That could be anyone. Saracens? Domestically, he inaugurated the Aqueduct of Valens. Oh, look at that, a modern picture of the thing this guy commissioned. Yeah, Europe. Where 1300-year-old architecture can just sit around serving as a interesting highway overpass infrastructure. I bet there's occasionally homeless people living under the arches there. And it's 1,000, yeah, oh, that's awesome. I'm having fun. This is fun. In the following years, Valens focused on the eastern frontier. Right. Longer than the aqueducts of Rome. Yeah, that's another thing. In the late Roman Empire, Constantinople gradually becomes a bigger, cooler city than Rome itself. Apparently, they had bigger aqueducts by the time they were done with it. In 37, the Gothic War broke out. Is that what we're simulating here? Oh no, we're still a few years off. The Goths fought against the Roman Empire. Yeah, right now we're peaceful. We're about to have a trade deal. Valens returned from the east to fight the Goth in person, but lacked the coordination of his nephew. A capable administrator who significantly relieved the burden of taxation on the population. Oh, good. He lowered taxes. The historians love that. Valens was also described as indecisive, impressionable, a mediocre general, and overall utterly undistinguished. I love how when I first saw his title, I thought in the game, I thought he was a bigger deal than he really might turn out to be.
Valens, this is so interesting. Favored a compromise between Nicene Christianity, which, by the way, is a different thing than the Arian Christianity that I saw a few little percentage points on the demographic readouts of our Germanic Gothic barbarian village in the middle of the woods. There's like several kinds of Christianity before Nicene Christianity, and I guess still floating around the campaign map of the Total War versions here. Nicene Christianity was a consolidation of several others, maybe Arianism underneath it. But yeah, this is wild. So Valens favored a compromise between not necessarily what we nowadays would call Christianity or even Roman Catholicism, but a particular flavor of Christianity that became the dominant Roman version that got passed on to modernity, and with the various non-Trinitarian Christian sects, and interfered little in the affairs of the pagans. So I guess paganism might not be officially outlawed right now, but it looks like it is not being favored by the authoritarians. And almost there's so many different versions of Christianity going around that I guess it would have not, some of them. Right, yeah, when you get into Gnosticism, there are some versions of ancient Christianity that are so fascinated by magic and monsters and recasting the monotheistic God as something less powerful, that it might as well be a different version of one of the paganisms. That bus looks like Paul McCartney. There should be a direct link to Wikipedia in the UI. Really? Can I right-click him and get to his Wikipedia page? Oh, I can't. Anyways, let's do this trade deal. Do I got the... Let me do the fade. Okay, now we're gonna do the trade deal. Trade agreements are set up from the diplomacy panel. Right. I might want to stop this tutorial and just play as one of the Romans, because... Where's the button? Where's the button? Because I know how it works and it's taking too long. Trade can also bring in diplomacy panel. Negotiations by double-clicking on a faction. Do they want me to trade with a different... Initiate diplomacy with the Western. Okay. Is it the same faction leader? Flavius Theodosius. Ardashir. Erishtiaya. Vidmir. Vidimir. Names are so fun. Bastarnia. Bastarnians? Alright. Why does he not look like a real traditional Roman, though? Look at this guy with the laurel wreath and the purple cape with the big-ass pen holding it down. That's what most people would see when they close their eyes and think of a piece-of-shit Roman Empire, but this Flavius Theodosius... I'm sorry, I don't see the Wikipedia button in the game. We're going to go back to real Wikipedia. Flavius Theodosius. I think I remember the name. Flavius Theodosius. One. Roman Emperor from... Nope, this is a different one. Flavius Theodosius. Successors, maybe? The third? The Byzantine Empire from 750. Okay, the second? How many of these guys are there? 402 to 450. 379 to 385. Let me take another look at what the year is again. 376. Maybe I did find the right one on the first glance. 394. Yeah, okay, no, this is our guy. Theodosius the Great. Let me get back to that diplomacy screen. Yeah, his Wikipedia picture does look pretty different from the in-game portrait. This looks like a pretty typical bust of an emperor found, most likely Theodosius. Wow, maybe he was one of the relatively unknown ones. But he was the Great. They're calling him the Great. That means he did great things, right? Usually. I meant they should add... Whoa, I see now. Hannibal, Montana. Now I see. Okay.
A Roman emperor, he won 2 civil wars and was instrumental in establishing the Nicene Creed as the orthodox doctrine for Nicene Christianity. The last emperor to rule the entire Roman Empire before it was split into East and West. He ended the Gothic War that we're about to simulate, but on terms so disadvantageous to the empire, with the Goths remaining and politically autonomous within Roman territory, albeit as nominal allies. So it's even arguable about whether or not he won the war. Born in Spain, Theodosius was the son of a high-ranking general of the same name, Count Theodosius, under whose guidance he... Oh, wow, yeah, everything does go to shit by the time he's done with his term. Holy cow. Father was executed under obscure circumstances, forced into retirement. Series of intrigues and executions at the Emperor's court. What an interesting time to be setting a good strategy game, and I am very excited to see some of these disasters hit me with some tough choices. But come on, we're gonna get there, right? It's 11:44. Initiate diplomacy.
My salutations.
Salutations.
Of the Emperor.
Right, look at this guy talking.
Of what would you speak?
You would expect him to be like, hail, you asshole, get it over with. But the voice coming out is all dignified and classic. Trade agreement. I get to... You're not exporting iron because they produce... How is... Demands, your offers... I guess I can't fine-tune this stuff, huh?
I will recommend your worthy proposal to the Emperor. We are agreed.
I love the like childish finger paint look to the trade route on the sea there. Okay, we are trading with the Western Roman Empire, which is like in Ravenna or something. It's not actually Rome. What the hell's going on in actual Rome right now? This is also accurate too. Rome is not the capital of the Western Roman Empire right now. For a while, it might have been Ravenna. It might have been Boulogne. Let's see. Let's get back to Wikipedia. What city is this one? Where is the capital of the Western Roman Empire right now at the current point of the game where it's all going to shit? Okay, this isn't Ravenna. It might be Boulogne. Boulogne. Oh, it's not Boulogne either. Milan. Genoa? What would this be? Liguria. Province is Liguria, region is Mediolente. What do they call it? Okay, let me scroll
Chieftain,
over.
A word in your ear. Despite the war going on around. Political situation at home.
Lanum. It's Milan. It's Milan. Mediolonum is Banca Mediolonum. So this is interesting. In some of the Italian versions of the map names, it does sound they are using the old ancient Mediolanum. Ha! Hoo-hoo! I'm enjoying a total war game. I'm being edutained. Okay, so the capital of the Roman Empire, as it is falling, changes pretty hilariously because it's never Rome. Like at some point Rome just keeps getting sacked by barbarians over and over again, and they can't do it. The emperors cannot meet in Rome anymore. I guess right now they're meeting in Milan. They're making the best they can do. Open the faction panel. Let me hear this one again.
Chieftain, a word in your ear. Despite the war going on around us, there are always ambitious men who would seek to profit at the misfortune of others. Be sure to keep an eye on the political situation at home.
So I guess Saphrax is the king now, and Aletheus is the successor. What a stable system.
Noblemen gain influence in court as they serve your cause. Keep their power in check before they begin to tilt the political balance.
I'd recommend picking a faction from Grand Campaign and just rolling with it. Maybe not the Western Roman Empire, that's really the final boss. I'd imagine that the more interesting one would be Eastern. The Western one does fall, but the Eastern one would have been closer to the Hun-type action. But I don't think I foresee myself playing one of the Germans. Western does sound fun though, but you're saying it's the final boss, so... Is it too hard? I don't know if I have the time to play more than one. If I had the time to only play one, which one do you think I should pick? Good thing these rich people just have so much money to give the head of state for doing things they ask. If only the entire country could actually sustain itself off of such economic model, then maybe the wealth of nations would have been an easier science to track throughout human history. Carry out 2 political actions, including the following. Embezzlement? Promotions? Oh boy. Okay, so what are we going to be simulating with the embezzlements? That's going to be interesting.
Thirsty for battle!
Auto-resolve this one. Can't see shit. Shadows are real dark there. Alans or Goths, they are the main stars of the game in my opinion. Really? Rome doesn't get sacked from Brennus in 378 because until Alaric in 410 AD, it just withers away in importance. The crisis of the 3rd century and the inflation post-Aurelian's currency reform really screwed up Rome's economy. Okay, so if I want to play as a faction that's, Alans or Goth, they're the main stars of the game in mind. Huh. Because I thought it was the Romans. I thought that, like, this game has a moment that's, strategically simulates, like, why they outlawed crossbows at some point around this time in history. Like, the early Roman Christians thought they thought gladiatorial games were cruel, which I doubt modern sensibilities would disagree with. But they also thought that, like, crossbows were cruel, and so crossbows were never really popular in Western European warfare for another 1,000 years. Yeah, sure, take on warriors. I want to finish the tutorial, please. We gotta do actions. Are we still in tutorial mode, or is this just a quest for the rich people? Give me $2,000 if I embezzle some funds and promote someone to office. Embezzle. Attempt to supplement the war chest through dishonesty and creative accounting. Okay, so I guess what I'm simulating is the rich stealing from the poor to give the state a little bit more money, because the state's controlled by the rich in this system. Costs 36 influence. I have 122. Steal... Wait, this character has initiated political actions. Steal from Saphrax, but I guess I... Did I do it? Saphrax. Okay. Atilla, right, this is the screen where you would, like, do stuff with the wives. Hey, cool shadows. Assassinate, diminish... Oh, someone's car is on. Force, where's the promotion? There's like force a promotion or something? Stopped. Some retainer. Ugh, don't remind me. Bezel. That kind of sounds like promotions. Pure loyalty. Candidates. Governors, their offices. secure promotion is what it was. Promote to office. Offices. Okay, I slide them around. Bet. Required age 30. Interesting. Really interesting. Wow, I'm like putting together a cabinet while fireworks are going off behind me. Oh, it's almost midnight, I see now. Is it... Crossbows deemed too OP, big nerfs requested. Problem is that Elan victory conditions are convoluted. You need to capture two regions far from each other at the same time. I just don't know if I would be as interested in playing as one of the Germanic tribes. Alans, Goths, I mean Goths maybe. Like if you kind of get to see the infrastructure, the political framework of the modern European nation starting, and how things would have transitioned into the medieval kingdoms from the Roman times. That will be very interesting to play out. It just was not exactly what I might have been expecting. I was hoping for a survival horror strategy game as... Okay, here, Ermanak and Vizimar have an option. Bismar, Ermanak, let's pick the younger guy. Make him a companion. Requires 18. Influence +1, recruitment plus. Character. Great, promote to office. Okay, intern. Ah! Ah! Okay. There we go. Capture 3 settlements during the Grand Camp. Oh no, the Huns are coming.
Chieftain, the Huns move in force towards our lands. We must protect our eastern frontier.
Oh man, maybe you could play the Western Romans and just trial and error the shit out of it. When you do that, you're missing out on the migration mechanics. But the migration mechanics are probably important to getting that
Chieftain,
survival
the
war.
enemy are upon us.
Again?
Ready the men.
Okay, they have an Onger cavalry, spearmen, and a general. All of my people are way too weak for this. I thought I don't got time for this. Nope. Is this a scripted death, really? Rebellion in Dacia. Oh my gosh. Okay, we successfully engaged in politics. Huns are gathering. Attack an army belonging to the following faction. Sure. There's also rebellion.
People
The Huns
still
are invading.
revolt against us.
A
The rebellion must be put down. But consider a tax break or garrison the settlement to dissuade them from future violence.
We got another rebellion. The Huns are invading. There is unrest in the cities we just captured. And someone in chat said that there might be scripted deaths involved. I've heard talk that this is like one of the scarier Total War games. This is the closest this style of strategy game might come to a survival horror. And so, I'm wondering if, like, you are supposed to lose at the end of the tutorial.
Ready for battle.
Ah, no, we gotta finish the tutorial before I wrap this thing up. I have to play as the Romans. I mean, I read so much theology from this time period that, like, I'm emotionally invested.
The war with the Huns
Rebellion!
We should consider expanding the range
Again.
of the options at our disposal.
Recruit a scout. We'll
Agents
do it
can be
later.
hired to support our forces, or to strike against the enemy.
Huh? No agents available. Champion, priest, spy. What about those scouts they were talking about? Okay, now we can save. I don't know if I made it through the tutorial or not. I can't tell if they're just walking me through campaign with help or if this is still tutorial. I can't keep going like this. It's almost midnight. I got a scared dog in a crate and a very busy day tomorrow. The tutorial's going on and on and on, but the game it's getting me excited. So I'm gonna look at what a grand campaign as one of the Roman factions would look like. Just for a few minutes before I turn it off for the night and then eat a pizza and read Homo Ludens and go to bed. The Last Roman, Age of Charlemagne. Oh my goodness, multiplayer campaign. Okay, let's see what grand campaign choices we get. West or East? Sainted Migrators. Okay, so the Alans... What would you call this? A Pontic peoples? This was the fan recommendation, the Alans. Arian Christianity. Oh, the Sarmatian, okay. The Vandals, yeah, that's where we get that word. Right, there is like some pretty tragic backstory behind a lot of the barbarians who were invading and sacking Rome at the end. Abandoned at their hour of needs by their Roman allies. Sometime they had fought as allies, rewarded with lands, they peacefully coexisted. Arrival of the Huns, however, everything changed. The Vandals have been driven out of their lands. They must fight their way across Europe to a kingdom of their own, wherever that fight may take them. And in real life, it had them sacking Rome itself. Wabians. Okay, what is that? That looks like France. Wow. I just want to point out how we haven't even hit the Huns yet. Nomadic oh, they're the first one on the list. Never mind. I skipped right past them. Tengriism. Kalingia. Wow. This is such an interesting mix. Because it feels like a lot of attention has been paid to very different factions that all had very interesting real-life interactions in the history. Terror is so great that their enemies are barely able to conceive that they are human beings. Scourge of God. -10 when fighting Christians. Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Holy shit. Wow, that sounds overpowering as hell. Stops foreign replenishment and just about everything else. That's very vague and subjective for strategy game flavor. Oh, wow.
The Romans called them Huns, the Sassanids called them Iranian names, but apparently I guess the real historical record might be more mysterious. The Chinese see them as a sacrilegious threat lurking in the wastes beyond their walls. So they're good at navigating deserts. Starting in 395. Okay, so Eastern is very hard. Western is legendary. Maybe I should start out with Eastern. But Eastern Roman Empire also is where the interesting writing I'm more familiar with was happening. I think City of God was written in Egypt. And a lot of the Plotinus philosophy was Constantinople. This is great flavor text. In music. Are we all starting on 395? Yes, we are. Oh, the Persians apparently have it easiest. Visigoths. Lochmids, Garamantian. That's interesting. Saxons, Franks. That might be interesting too. I guess most of Western Europe is controlled by the Roman Empire, so that's why they have these little squares at the very top of France. The Great Migrators, though, look like they're more in the interior, but they're not counting them as Romans. Migrators get both. Okay. Play the Huns. Eastern Romans are good. Rome misses out on migration. Hun miss out on kingdom building. There's a long-standing theory that Huns were the same Zhongnu that constantly harassed the Chinese. But there's not a lot of evidence other than certain similarities to steppe peoples everywhere. Persian campaign is cake, but you miss out on a lot of the interesting mechanics like the climate change and societal collapse. Okay, I'll play the Huns for a little while, but Eastern Romans, I think the Eastern Romans will be my main. I'm guessing that regular Huns might be more interesting than white Huns in the East if I want to be living out the simulation of the kind of conditions that would have prompted the writings of St. Augustine and Plotinus and the Neoplatonists and stuff.
The air was filled with smoke and blood. The Huns gloried in the stench of death. They took what they needed and left their enemies to rot.
A very straight line.
The Huns were free. They rode and fought and lived. Fear built Roman walls. They were right to be afraid. And behold, a red horse, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth. Those with gold offered it by the wagon.
I love how the cinematics are punching way above their weight.
Allowed them to live.
Like, even for 2015, these assets were way behind the
At
times.
least until they returned.
But the music and voice acting and writing are carrying it way beyond where they'd be otherwise. Oh no, a minor character.
The riders of the Four Winds prayed to him of the eternal sky.
But yeah, like,
They
the
made
narrator
ready for war.
is still speaking about this from a way more Western perspective. Like, we're not hearing what Attila was not the one narrating the intro
Hailing
cutscene of
from
the
eastern
Attila
steppes,
campaign.
yours is a
It's
life
this
of
guy
constant
again.
movement and conflict. Your arrival has driven many from their homelands in fear. The Goths have fled southwestwards. Give chase, and you will find the fertile lands of the Eastern Roman Empire. The Vandals run west. There you will find the Western Roman Empire,
That
weaker
makes
than
sense.
its eastern cousin, but perhaps easier to exploit. Southeast lies the wealthy Sassanid Empire, ripe for plundering. Before you take on the supposed masters of the
I
civilized
like that city model.
world, you will do well to strengthen your position by subjugating the northern tribes. The world will dance to your tune, or it will burn.
Survive until spring. 5 years from now. New bonus objectives. Dead.
God be praised. How can I help?
Looks like where I was just at. Wasn't there a town here? Alright, well the first thing you do in Total War games
This list
is,
shows all the provinces under your control.
is make
Their
trade
population.
deals.
This list shows all factions currently known to you, whether you can trade or are trading. In order to construct a proposal, double-click on a faction from the list, and then add diplomatic options by clicking on the Add Offer or Demand buttons and selecting one. The proposed deal will take shape on the negotiation table. Click on the button next to an option to
cannot
remove
trade.
it from a deal. When ready, click on the Propose Offer button.
Okay, let's talk to the friendliest factions. I don't know. Actually, maybe I should call it here. A shame, I couldn't even get all the way through the tutorial, but there's not enough time to click through everything needed to get a good idea of what the map looks like and how the game mechanics would work as the Huns. It's also a little disappointing that they don't have their own unique advisor, or the interface doesn't really look radically different, but I wasn't planning on playing. But I guess it kind of confirms my apprehension to see that their flavor is a little surprisingly vanilla. In any case, yeah, let's exit to the main menu. I'm gonna have to pick this up some other time. Hopefully not a whole week from now. I would very much like to play this over the weekend, but as of tonight, I've got important things to do. One of which involves reading that Homo Ludens book. My favorite Total War factions are the ones where all the other factions hate you and diplomacy is useless, like the Sea Peoples, or Pharaoh, and the Yiki Yiki and Shogun too. Interesting. There's a Sea People faction you can actually play as. How much does it demystify the Sea Peoples? Does Total War Pharaoh like have a theory? A grand unifying theory of what the Sea Peoples are supposed to be? Like how it seems relatively...
Right, yeah, okay. Because I think the real life historical records on even the Huns is still kind of ambiguous. And it seems like Total War Attila itself was not very interested in giving you an advisor that would look appropriate to the Huns, or writing it in a writing style that would seem to explain why they're raiding and sacking and pillaging everything from the Huns' perspective. I am sure the Huns had a more interesting justification than what we had just heard. And the old wise guys advising the militants further down the chain would not have looked like the guy. They are asshole raiders, but the actual threat is civil war in that game. Right? That sounds more interesting than being the asshole raiders. The visual design of the Huns in Total War Attila is extremely inspired by later depictions of the Mongols. I kind of noticed. I got the vibes. And there's the music, too. But yeah, it is... I don't know if I would say disappointing, but maybe anticlimactic at first glance, because maybe as you play the game, it all comes together. The Huns still being a mysterious, unknowable, alien, otherized force might be something that the Hun campaign itself has some fun with. It will be intriguing to see. I've not been disappointed by this so far, except for just how gosh darn long and slow that tutorial was. Why is the background image not cropped right? Can we reset the transformation on that? Anyways, can we not fill the screen with the, there we go, thank you. Fit to screen. Yes. But it was fun. I had fun. One of the Sea People faction Total Warfare worships Etruscan gods. Ah, yeah, no, okay. This I think that would tick the box of what a lot of historian nerds say about the Sea Peoples. A lot of times they like referring to them as Aegean peoples, which would mean that they might come from the Italian peninsula of some Italic tribe long before the Latins and the Romans ever would have become relevant. Etruscan gods. That is interesting, and that is Aegean. Yeah, Total War. When Total War is good, it is really good. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for hanging out. Thanks for the donations that came in, and also I see that on GoFundMe we got a nice big fat boost too, but on Streamlabs we got about $10 more. All right, I'm gonna head out and have an interesting evening of reading Homo Ludens, and then tomorrow I gotta run around and do errands for a while, and then tomorrow night I think I'll be able to actually sit down and turn the lights off and enjoy this game for at least a couple hours in peace, and then maybe I'll finally have climbed the learning curve enough to come into it for another stream without being so cluelessly behind on the tutorial, because there's some really interesting situations and decisions to simulate here. Thanks for this and putting up with the info dumps. That HOA situation is extremely alarming and fucked up. I hope we come out on top. Yes. Understatement of the past 3 going on 5 years, my friends. I will see you all in better times, because every day is turning out to look better than the last over here. Ha 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 ha